I'm a sinner, left my lover crying on the dance floor. I'm a sinner, I'm a sinner.
Hello guys, welcome to Dollhouse of Offerings. Kyaru returned to the hospital and devised a plan on how to leave. Nizome stuck around him as per usual, but he was able to handle her as he always did. Good dicking? Good. Oop, that was my bad. In the first place, it was a one-sided affair from her. He himself had no particular feelings for Nozomi. I love that it just keeps saying it, too. Even if he started to be a little brusque with her, she wouldn't mind. Brutish. He managed to get away from the usual clingy Nozomi and be by himself in his room. Now then. Lying on his back, Kyaru fell deep into thought as he stared at the ceiling. Just opening his mouth and feeling the letter from Kyoko churn inside his stomach made his heart race and his chest burn. I suppose that's why I didn't return to the island right away. Yasaka Kyaru did not think to immediately return to Nanawa Island. A static, instinctive part of his mind decided so. In hindsight, it was the right decision. The letters smelled of Kyoko, not of blood. The scent was neat and clean, without any sort of foul odor. It must have been written just a few days ago. Taking all that into account, Kyoko should be living somewhere decent. She lost an eye, and if Sensei's letter is true, then her organs should be a mess. He bit his lower lip, showing his own emotions. He felt ashamed for sleeping like a log instead of being there for her when she was in pain. It looks like I'm finally back to my old form. He thought... I'm gonna throw my phone. He thought to himself as he ascertained his conditions. Wow, I just cannot speak today. These last few days, weeks, no months, they were far too many things he didn't understand. By the way, how's my audio, folks? His mind and body were in sync, but everything else felt so hazy. It was disgusting. Thinking about it, it was his own mental instinct, the logic that weren't aligning. Just looking at Kyoko's letter was able to calm him down this much. Her existence truly was tremendous. That feeling of disgust that continued to cling and grow like mold was now completely gone. If he knew its true form, he figured it would be that. Someone's here. Someone's there. Oh. Those who had been keeping an eye out on Ichikura Madoka had shifted their focus onto Kyaru. There were now more, 30 of them. I keep doing that. There are going to be even more of them by nightfall. This was the other reason he couldn't immediately return to the island. If Kyoko still had time, then he wanted to find out the identity of those watching him. If these were Futara, then he needed to root them out and kill them all. Still, they seemed to be ones familiar with me. Although he could make a guess or two, getting too absorbed in hypotheticals would only be a hindrance to him. If he didn't keep it to a minimum, he might end up becoming too wary of the other side. In terms of what Kyaru needed, he was already fine by himself. There were a few things that would be nice to have, though. He planned to prepare those, as well as to tie up any loose ends. Oh, I wish I could bring my mic closer.
Sensei, 失礼します。
Forgot my thing was that loud.
八坂さん、どうかされましたか?
The doctor's voice was shaking as he was arranging his medical charts. The nurse's shoulders were shaking as well as she turned to face Kyaru. Since waking up, Kyaru had completely erased his presence and hadn't moved at all, so it was only natural.
今晩、ここから出て行きますので、先生とあなたには一言ご挨拶をと思いまして。
そんな急に。
そうですか。お元気になられたようで何よりです。
In contrast to the nurse who was still at a loss for words, the doctor replied in a nonchalant manner. Kiaru was relieved to see that neither were particularly emotional about it.
突然いなくなったら迷惑がかかるのはあなたたちですからね。
ご配慮いただきありがとうございます。
していません。
八坂さん、あの子があなたとどんな関係だったか、私たちは知っているんですよ。
Don't worry, I'm just a gigolo.
君、確かにそうだが。
いいえ、言わせていただきます。あんな小さな子供を手ごめにして。
Okay, what the fuck is her age? Because nobody in this game has given any ages to any characters. They keep claiming that, but she doesn't act like a young kid. Or she doesn't act young. I think she's more mature than they think she is. Like, I think she's older than they think she is. Like, that's the weird part is, that keeps bugging the shit out of me. I'm gonna look that up later.
のぞみちゃんが望んでいるならと見守ってきましたが、遊ぶだけ遊んで捨てるのはあんまりじゃないですか。
Yeah, because she gives... I think it is that she's older than she seems, and that she's just giving off this air to them. Like, the nurse just thinks she's, like, you know, like, younger than she is. Kiaru did realize that it may have looked that way, so he stayed silent and made no excuse. If he were to tell her about it, she would try to stop or even follow him. Without mincing words, she was a hindrance.
お分かりかと思いますが、彼女があれほど関係を持ったのは八坂さんだけなんですよ。これからのぞみちゃんはずっと死ぬまであなたを思いながら過ごさなければならないんです。
Lady, she's just paying us for sex. It's fine.
そうかもしれませんね。
それだけのことをしたという自覚があるなら、もっとできることがあるでしょう。空約束でもいいんです。いつか戻ってくるとでも言っていただければ、それだけで気持ちが切れずに過ごすことができます。
I'm sorry, that feels like a worse thing to do is lie to somebody and say, yeah, I'll be back. Just wait for me. I feel like that's just such a worse thing you can do. I don't even have the slightest intentions to do that. Wouldn't that be even more cruel? Thank you, Kiaru. Thank you. So he thought, but he kept it to himself. He already learned from Kyoko and Nozomi that it was useless to say anything when women get like this.
どうですか？私が言っているのはそんなに無茶なことでしょうか？
If I get the choice, I'm not lying.
他の子供たちも含めて気持ちよく送り出させてくれませんか？
まあまあ、落ち着きなさい。
With a collected voice, the doctor assured the nurses, assuaged the nurses' tensions. She fell silent and took a step back.
なんとも、こういうところを見ると騒ぎ出すのは女性の悪いところですね。
Yeah, I don't agree with lying. Don't promise that you're going to be back and never come back. I think that's scummy. The nurse blushed in embarrassment, but had no intention of apologizing. She believed that she was in the right.
八坂さん、申し訳ありません。何分、ここから退院していく方は初めてですので、彼女も興奮しているのだと思います。
Oh, so this is a long stay hospital.
ああ、それは確かにそうでしょうね。
You were patients here until you died. The doctors and nurses were used to spending a long time with their patients. He realized that sometimes they, too, wanted to be a little selfish. But when someone leaving had already formed a relationship, they wouldn't know how to react and would get flustered.
申し訳ありません。
The nurse bowed in contrition. Kiaru offered her a smile back. Don't worry about it. Neither the doctor nor the nurse made any attempt of stopping Kiaru. He was grateful for that, but they seemed to be hung up on how he was going on about leaving. Kiaru himself could not think of a better way to go about it, But he was also glad that he didn't leave without saying anything at all.
確かに、ひどい出て行き方をすれば、のぞみの後ろの方にも、あなたたちが睨まれますし、監督責任を問われかねないですからね。
I have very, very stupid dogs. Kiwi, leave it. So, Kiwi in the background of this recording. I have a ramp that goes up and down on my bed, so Miko can get up on the bed. This 35-pound beagle has decided he wants to slip and slide on this thing. And is banging. If you did hear that, he banged into my shelf right next to the thing. That's why I told him to leave it. Yeah, no, Jack's just on the top of the bed watching the stupidity.
心苦しいですが、その通りです。
So if you guys heard a small bang, it's because he hit the shelf for some reason. And now Jack is just laying there like, I win, I'm still on the bed.
私たちが取り継がなければ届くことはないと思いますが、万が
Oops.
先生、それでは私たちが保身に走っているみたいじゃないですか。私はのぞみちゃんの気持ちを言っているんです。
You're not Nozomi's mother, stop acting like it.
とは言ってもだよ。人間、失恋はつきものでしょう。人と人なんだ。別れることだってありますよ。
ここにいてはその機会が少なすぎますし、別れるにしても深刻な関係を築きすぎです。八坂さんの尽力で頻度は抑えられたとはいえ、逆に一回一回が激しくなりすぎでしょう。のぞみちゃんの体が壊れてしまうんじゃないかと、どれだけ心配したか。
Once again, you're not her mom.
一応、その都度診察したでしょう。あの子は体も柔らかいし、問題ありません。
八坂さんもそう分かっているから、あんなに容赦なくしているんでしょうけど。
Damn! You... Wow, she goes right for the throat, doesn't she?
まったく。合意の上だとしても、あちらに伝わったら面倒になるんですよ。
ああ、失礼しました。何か。
Kiaru strung words into sentences. The other two stopped their conversation and directed their focus to him.
のぞみを預けて入院費用を払っているところには、俺のことは伝わっていないんですか？
Oh, this just gets better and better. Yeah, no, she did demand it like that. You're right, chat. Again, if you guys want to see these live, join the Patreon of Subscribestar. And if the membership is still not available on YouTube, come over to our other YouTube, Simply Pure, and become a member there, and you'll get an invite to the Discord. The two exchange glances before looking back at Kaoru.
もしかして、出ていくって挨拶でもしに行くつもりだったんですか？
ですが、のぞみちゃんの情報をお教えすることはできませんから、ご自分でお探しになってください。もうのぞみちゃんから聞いているのなら簡単ですが。
Hold on a minute.
いや、そうではなく。
Kiaru raised his hand, interrupting the two. They tilted their head, puzzled.
俺の入院費用は、九両のぞみから、その元から出ているのではないんですか？
Oh my god, if she didn't tell them about that, I swear. They once again exchanged glances after hearing Kiaru's question.
何を言っているんですか？
Yeah, no, we're gonna go kill her. Is everyone okay with this? We're gonna go... She lied to us.
そうですよ、八坂さん。しっかりしてください。
She lied to us.
いくら金を持っているとはいえ、子供が食い荒らされているのに、その世話までするほど酔狂じゃありません。
Oh, she lied to us.
何を思い違いをしていたのか知りませんが、九両のぞみさんを預けているところには、あなたのことはかけらも伝わっていません。
そうです。すべて私たちの胸の内にしまってあるんですから、そんな気を回さなくてもいいんですよ。
She's been lying to us. Oh, if I didn't hate her before.
かわいそうなあの子たちに最大限の自由を与えてあげるのも 私たちの仕事ですから。
Oh my god, she lied. Oh yeah, no, he's pissed. Both the doctor and nurse stopped talking after seeing Kiaru fall silent. He wasn't bewildered, but calmly sorting through his situation. He's like trying to figure out how to kill her.
では、俺の入院費用はどこから？
ここに運び込まれた時から年に一度八坂伊代様の名義で支払われています。
Wait, Io's alive too?
来るのは毎回違う方ですが。
Io didn't die? So Sensei's alive? In the letter he was given when he woke up, Io said that she wasn't living anymore. Was it actually a fabrication then she was alive? If that's the case, then why won't she appear before me? Is she still on Nanawa Island? They say it's a different person every time, but Sensei can change her appearance. I doubt the doctors or the nurses would recognize her. I thought she could only change her appearance to that of a short woman, but that isn't certain. He couldn't shed a possibility that Yasaka Io was coming in person to pay. As for Nozomi, did she want me so badly that she even lied for it? It's on me too. I would have easily found out when I asked the doctor. Did she just not care if I found out she was lying? Why? What is she hiding? Was she just counting on some inexplicable kindness from me? Or perhaps if we had sex, that I would be willing to continue the relationship? As the doctor and nurse looked at me quizzically, Kiaru continued to think. No, he was already able to consider all the possibilities, and even then he still had to think. The more I get caught up trying to untangle this, the longer it'll take to get back to Kyoko. This might just be part of it. I can't change my plans. I'm leaving tonight. After Kiaru made a firm decision on his future, he stood up and bowed deeply.
先生、看護婦さん、お世話になりました。手厚くお世話していただいたご恩は忘れません。
そうですか。どうぞお元気で。
はい。看護婦さん、のぞみには別れを告げていきます。おそらくどう言っても荒れるでしょう。そこは申し訳ありません。
できるだけ傷つけないようにしてくださいね。
She's been lying this entire time. It'll be a miracle if we don't say something to her that will hurt her. Without answering yes, Kiaru bowed his head to the two and turned around. He opened the door and went to the patient's ward. Why? He should just fuck off and not say goodbye to her at this point. There was a reason why Kiaru Nozomi's lie and attitude were not a problem, though. Kiaru didn't understand what it was. He didn't want to know, and it would have been pointless to ask. Not that he would have in the first place. And if Nozomi were Yasaka Io herself, oh, that would explain a lot, actually. It was past midnight. In the darkness of the room, Kiaru bade a short farewell to the bed that had served him a good few months. A quick glance around the room told him there was nothing to bring along. In his pocket were a small package and some oiled papers, but apart from that, all he had were the clothes on his back. Since I'm back in top condition, I don't need anything else. What about Kyoko's eye, I mean. After double-checking everything, Kiaru left the room. There were already over 50 presences around the hospital, approaching 60. It's been raining since evening. Such dedication you guys have. Considering that he was about to do, though, the rain was perfect. If it was harder to be seen, then he could move away more freely. Nozomi never did come. Whatever the truth of the matter may have been, Nozomi was perceptive. She must have sensed something was wrong from his change in demeanor earlier in the day. As if she was maintaining her distance, he could leave without even bumping into her. If she was up to something, it was just as well. The way she impulsively jumps at anything is the most troublesome part of her anyway. With light but deep breaths, Kiaru exited the hospital without making a sound. Just ninja jump that shit. Once he stepped outside, the rain sounded even louder than normal. It was an easy task for him to make his way to the ocean, sight unseen, even more so now that it was raining. Kyaru seemed to glide past the greenery in the garden. His figure moving in the darkness was difficult to discern. Even if one were to keep a watchful eye, he was like smoke. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of the hospital grounds. All he had to do was go down the hill. He brought himself close to the shadows of the trees.
60と1か。集めたな。
He whispered so that he could hear himself. From that return, a voice mixed in with the rain.
相手があなたですから、これでも十分とは言えますまい。
I think it's the Futara, guys. I think we're about to kill some women.
俺とやり合うつもりはないんだろ
ご明察の通りでございます。
Did you learn the last time? It was a woman's voice, one that he'd never heard before. From the front, back, left, and right, even above or below, he couldn't tell where the voice was coming from. To be precise, he knew, but how and where only because he was already familiar with the sensation of their presence.
う。八坂の者たち。俺の監視か？八坂の何がしか。
So it's a Yasaka. Kyaru saw that they didn't want to show themselves or to make themselves known. By calling them that, he sensed an affirmation from their presence.
はい。
遠巻きにこの町から俺が出ないか、俺とチキの者が接触しないか見張っていたな。
Sorry about that, guys. I'm getting sick.
直接見ればあなたは気づきますがゆえにこのような手段を取らせていただきました。
It was the correct decision. Had they been visible, Kyaru would have instantly noticed. Both he and they knew each other.
仕事か？
That was the first thing he asked. Kyaru didn't know of the state of the Yusaka since he had departed from Nanawa Island. He didn't know what happened to the tools that weren't able to find work.
はい。
先生は八坂伊代はどうした？
あなたを生かすため責任を取って死にました。
確かか？
腹を切ったとしても本当に死んだかはわかるまいと七名家の皆様の前で自ら首を落とされました。
そうか。
So, Yusaka Io truly was dead, he thought. It was possible that she was deceiving everyone, though, all of House Yusaka included.
俺の入院費用はどうやって支払っていた？八坂伊代の名義でお前たちが出していたのか？
お戯れを。
Kyaru supposed that was indeed the case. The Yusaka did not have any customs of helping those who had left the house, just as he had.
ならお前たちの主が俺に恩を着せて何かさせたいと言うなら握手だぞ。
The air between them filled with confused tension. So it could be these guys, whoever's behind them, or maybe someone else entirely. Are they suspecting me now that I've asked them this question? It was hard to say, but he had no particular need to know. If they couldn't answer, then that was fine, so he tried to change the topic.
恩を売ったとして俺がそれに左右されるかどうかお前たちも知っているだろう。
あなたは指揮家に入ってからそういうところを学んだのだと考えております。
そうだな。道具としてではなく人として扱われた。そうなるように俺も努力した。だが未だに変わらないところも多い。
変わっているからこそ京子様のもとへ向かうのでは？
京子だけだ。他はいらない。
After an imposing silence, the first to speak was the one who hadn't shown themselves.
八坂は皆島を出ております。今
あそこに残っている者は一人もおりません。
They continued to talk of the situation there. Whoever their employer was probably told them to relay that information, otherwise they wouldn't have told him the thing.
今、我らは本土、国の民族資料編纂員に仕えております。イオ殿がそう手配してくださっていました。
Kiaru already knew little of the outside world, but even then, it was a name unfamiliar to him. Given that it was Iu who was responsible, though, it was unlikely to be a peaceful line of work.
クロー殿、我らの主はあなたを雇いたいとおっしゃっております。我ら八坂の棟梁として、あなたを据えるつもりでしょう。
断る。
そうでしょうね。
Her answer was quick and curt as Kiaru's.
すでに俺は八坂を出た身だ。それに道具として動くにはいろいろと混ざりすぎた。市場を抱かずに仕事ができるとは思えない。
それをこそ主は望んでおります。八坂の者は人の情を介さない。異形も多くもののけのようで困ると情を持ち、やりとりのできる者に頭を任せたいという意向にございます。
その様子ではすでに何人も主から割り当てられて変わっているな。
今は空席です。主から直接命ぜられるのも問題があるやらで、なんともはや。
To begin with, members of the Yusaka weren't geared towards working as groups. When someone from the outside purchased one, it was generally singular, 3 at most. It would be a challenge to have people like that function as an organization.
一人一人の技量がいいので救われている形か。
おっしゃる通りです。
The Yusaka, all at once, took a breath and spoke in a low, silty voice.
主は、あなたが頭におつきいただけるのなら、七原島攻めの先陣に加え、行動にも便宜を図るとおっしゃられております。
島と本土の関係はそこまで悪化しているのか。
お返事、いかに。
They replied calmly, implying the details would come after his response. If he were to accept, then he would enter the island with ease. Rescuing Kyoko would not be a challenge either. Oh my god, I bet you that bitch works for Yusaka. In exchange for being unable to escape dirty work for the rest of his livelihood would be secured. If he were to refuse, then he could swiftly enter the island. In that case, he could easily rescue Kyoko because they wouldn't be alerted to his presence. However, his life from then on would be uncertain. Even if he and Kyoko managed to scrape by, it would be fraught with hardship. His answer?
やはりないな。
That's our boy! Everybody yell, that's our boy! Either way, Kyoko's mind would be weighted down by the feeling that she was a burden to her husband. In that case, the option that left him less tied down would make it easier for him to move about. And so long as he could move about, he would make do. As long as he had Kyoko, he didn't need anything else. He had other reasons, but they weren't ones to be mentioned.
なるほど。
It seemed that they understood there were no point in trying to convince him any further.
ここでやり合うか。俺一人に全員を失っては主が困るだろう。医者や患者を人質にとっても意味はないぞ。
He didn't detect any killing intent, but he warned them just in case. They replied with a weary laugh.
それほど無謀ではありませぬ。ただただ残念と思うのみでございます。
A moment of silence visited them, leaving only the sound of rain. Seeing as their business was over, Kiaru should have headed toward the island now. Judging from their conversation, though, it seemed as if there weren't much time until the mainland moved against the island. That being the case, it would be a bad move to antagonize their master and the department by leaving a bad impression here. If they were to be believed, it would look like he was betraying the goodwill they had offered through those payments.
お前たちは島に来るな。
と申されましても、軍部と合同ですので、我々が行かなくては目標をさらわれてしまいます。
なら人数を絞れ。使い潰されるな。お前たちが来る前に俺たちは島を出ているはずだが、そうならなかった場合敵対するしかなくなる。
Kyoko was part of the Shiki family, which was the very center of the seven noble houses. If they planned on subjugating the island, they wouldn't leave her unscathed.
それにお前たちの主が俺を危険視して殺そうとするかもしれないだろう。そうなったら断固として断れ。影働きの範疇で殺すのは不可能だと言ってやれ。下手を撃てば俺が殺しに行くし、そうなれば阻止もできないと。俺がそう言っていたと言え。
情けない話ですな。
その面で言うセリフか。
Kyaru replied with a rejoinder to them, whose faces couldn't even be seen. He could tell that it wasn't just who he was talking with, but everyone surrounding them laughing jovially. They weren't under orders to kill him if he refused. Or perhaps they had already refused to kill him. Either way, it seemed as if their master wasn't one to waste their tools.
まあ安心するといい。お前たちが手を汚さなくても軍部が動くなら押し包まれて終わりだ。
そうでしょうか。
そうだとも。俺のことは俺が一番分かっているからな。
Kyaru stood his ground. No matter how excellent his condition was, if he was assaulted by a squad armed with firearms, there wouldn't be anything he could do. Even if he killed the first 10, the next 100 behind them would shoot him dead.
主にはそうお伝えしましょう。
Their tone of voice betrayed a hint of disappointment. Kyaru nodded and glanced at his surroundings.
国に飼われているなら個人よりはまだマシだな。小物の思惑やわがままで命を捨てずに済む。
イオ殿はあなたのことを心配されていました。
分かっている。まあ決闘実験の成果という面が大きかったとは思うが、いろいろと世話になった。あの人のおかげで俺も京子も生き延びたのだろう。だがそれに従うかどうかは俺が決めることだ。
Kyaru offered a rare friendly smile.
元気でな。機会があれば七原島以外でまた会おう。
箱にはどうぞお気をつけください。
Leaving those words, one of them bowed their head. After that, the surrounding presents disappeared, one after another. Taking note of each one, Kyaru fell into thought. So the Yasaka got picked up by the country, huh? Hopefully this gets them to give up on me. As for how the dice landed, it fell on how they reported the matter to their master. He could only pray that they kept it peaceful. The mainland sure is getting aggressive, though. Those damn Futara really must have pissed them off. I mean, bringing in even the military? I know Yasaka, who graduated from the family, have been sold to private owners through the mainland's bigwigs. That shouldn't have been through the military, but the civil offices instead, which means that it was the Department of Anthology and Folklore? To have a Yasaka do their dirty work, though, it doesn't match up with the name of their group. If he were to ask Kyoko or Ichikura Madoka, he would get more details, like when the mainland was going to attack or why the military was getting involved. Plus... Take a shot, folks! It's back! Every fucking time I need to take a screenshot of that. As well as what exactly it referred to. Kyaru shook his head to clear the haze that had begun to settle over his mind. He could hear someone walking in the rain.
風邪をひくぞ。
苦労こそこんな夜にどうしたの？
Nozomi was drenched from head to toe as she focused on Kiaru. Her eyes shone with a resolute light, but he sensed a darkness behind them.
もう察しはついているだろうが、俺は今からここを出ていく。
行かないでよ。行かないで。
No! Fuck you, you little lying whore. Her voice was filled with grief. It sounded like she would cry at any moment. She was just a girl who had nothing else to hold on to.
何が不満なの？何があったの？僕が悪いことしたなら直すから言ってよ。強気な態度が気に入らないならゴミ箱の正規袋でも構わないから行かないでよ。
My God, woman! Holy crap! Nozomi approached Kiaru, but he took half a step back on purpose, of course. Nozomi's expression twisted in agony, having understood what he meant.
なんで？
Because you're
やる
vile.
べきことが見つかったんだ。それをやりに行く。
嘘じゃないけど本当でもないよね。
Nozomi inclined her head slightly and smiled sadly.
他に好きな人がいたの？その人が見つかりでもした？僕はこんなに苦労が好きで、苦労だって僕のことが好きなのに、なんでそっちに行くの？ねえ、僕じゃダメなの？
ダメだ。
Am I not good enough? Yeah, you're not.
だからなんでって聞いてるでしょ！
Damn, I can't believe he just came out and said it.
ごめんね。でも僕、もう苦労がいなきゃダメなんだ。ゴミ箱をでっかいのでほじってもらえないと気が狂って死んじゃうかもしれない。
Jesus! This is why he's leaving, girl!
苦労だって僕が死んだら嫌だよね。ね、だったら行かないで一緒にいよう。
Oh, you manipulative little twit.
僕のことどんなに使ってもいいよ。ああ、お尻の穴がまだだったよね。いつか使ってもらおうと思って準備してたんだ。ねえ、行かないって言って。そしたらもっと何でもあげる。好きなものを買えばいいし、毎日遊んでまぐわって僕の穴に種汁もしょんべんも吐き捨てていいよ。
God.
大きい方だって苦労のためなら喜んで食べちゃう。
Oh, that's a screenshot. Fucking, oh my God, she is just vile. She's just Andrew Ditch. Thank you. Thank you to everyone that's now got that mental picture.
頭の中わけわかんなくなってきっとなんだってできちゃう。そういうの好きだよね。僕だから君が喜ぶことは全部わかるんだよ。面白い、楽しいって言ってくれたもんね。だって僕たち恋人でしょ。それなのに何にも言わずに行くなんてうっかり忘れてたのかな。そうだよね。だから戻ろうクロ。僕は何でもしてあげられるんだから、きっと話し合えば別れることなんてないよ。
He's just gonna let her go, too. He's just gonna let her keep going.
これを乗り越えれば僕たちはもっと仲良くなれるし、もっと激しくいろいろできちゃうよ。もしかして他に女の人がいるなんて僕の勘違いだった？出ていくって思わせて僕がこういうの狙ってたんだね。もうほんとなぶるの好きだよね。僕もなぶられるの好きだよ。ゴミ箱ぐちゃぐちゃにされてお尻叩かれてヒーヒー言うのが最高に情けなくて。
Damn, she's just going.
使ってもらえる穴って実感できて幸せだもん。
With an upturned, pleading gaze, she took two steps toward Kiaru, who had fallen silent. Her eyes burned with an alluring lustfulness. It was a far cry from the weak, sobbing girl she had been just moments ago. She would have set any normal man ablaze with desire. However, those words rang hollow for Kiaru as he was now.
のぞみ、
一緒に帰ろう。
無理だ。
は？
Nozome's eyes widened, but Kiaru continued regardless.
気が狂って死んだとしても何一つとして困らない。お前と恋人になってはいないし、そういった覚えもない。
Ooh, he is ruthless!
そもそもお前のことをどう思っているのか、俺自身判別が難しい。
なら
だが絶対に愛してはいない。
何言ってるのクロ。嘘だよね。嘘って言ってよ。
To be fair, he actually has never said it once. She's always been the one who said it.
本当だ。
嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘嘘 Chad, I think we broke her. だってあんなに気持ちよかったもん。いっぱい出してくれたもん。
ああ、嫌いじゃない。お前とまぐわうのは気持ちよかった。楽しかった。その綺麗で華奢な体が歪んで獣のように泣きながら死体を晒すのは面白かったな。だが愛してはいない。
Yeah, no, legitimately, he's never said it once to her.
好きかもしれないし、その気持ちの相手としてお前は大きかった。だがどういうものかわからない。それでもいいと言ったのもお前だ。
言ってない。僕は一度もそんなこと言ってないもん。
No, you said that a mess of times.
クロは僕のこと愛してるって言ってくれたでしょ。
No.
言っていない。
言った。何回も何回も何回も僕のゴミ箱に吐き出すためにささやいてくれたもん。
No, he didn't, you crazy woman.
どうしてそんな嘘つくの？やっぱり僕が悪いの？それともからかってるんだ。やだな、クロったら。
I don't remember him ever saying it once.
でも僕は心が広いから、これから雨の中でぐっちゃぐっちゃにしてくれたら許しちゃうかもね。
何度でも言うぞ。俺はお前のことを愛していない。
Nozome's breath caught in the back of her throat, leaving her speechless.
その他大勢よりは大きい。判別のつかない気持ちを向ける相手。それが俺にとってのお前の全てだ。気持ちよかった。楽しかった。
We are just
面白
destroying
かっ
her.
た。それで
何にも。僕は君の中にないってこと？
He literally has told you this many times.
お前の言う恋人の愛情みたいなものはひとかけらもない。
Nozome froze for a brief moment, then made a lascivious expression like that of a woman in heat. Something drooled from her slovenly mouth, perhaps rain or perhaps saliva.
そうなんだ。そうだよね。僕だって分かってたよ。でもいざこうやって言われると落ち込むな。やだな。
Nozome tried to approach Kiara one more time, but he took another step back to avoid her.
避けないでよ。優しくしてよ。僕クロに優しくしたよね。好きだからいろいろしてあげたよね。
With tears rolling down her eyes, Nozome pulled her skirt up. Oh, you fucking whore. Underneath her wet underwear, her still immature vision. The fuck old is this chick?
最後に一回でいいからしていって。
Bro.
僕のバカっ子、ゴミっ子。優しくするから、いっぱいいっぱいするから、してよ。ねしよう。
Nozome thrusts her hips alluringly in a frenzy. She's just doing the time warp, it's fine. Her desperate attempt to seduce Kyaru in both words and deeds looked extremely disgraceful and foolish. Had he been the Kyaru from earlier today, he would be having his way with her already.
しない。
Good! However, he firmly rejected her proposition. After a quick breath, he continued on.
無理だ。
I really couldn't resist it. Now I just picture her doing the time warp. His words pierced right through her heart. It was as if he had said, I can't stand doing it with you anymore. Even Kyaru didn't understand why he felt this strongly about it. He couldn't understand why, so he couldn't stop himself. Nozome was petrified, speechless. Kyaru kept on speaking without any regard for her. Oh man, he's going hard.
ここにいると腐ってしまうからな。
腐って。何？
Nozome managed to squeeze the words out of herself. Kyaru sighed in response. That alone caused her shoulders to tremble. It's as if his eyes were opened after seeing Kyoko's letter. He realized that the discomfort that he felt was perhaps disgust.
お前はいい子だと思う。子供たちも屈託なくいい子だな。
But I think you're a basket case.
そうだよね。それなのになんで？
By the way, for those before they ask why the screen freezes every so often, it's the rain effect doing it. It's the rain effect resetting, I think.
望みや子供たちのせいじゃない。同時にお前たちには何の関係もない。
Kyaru did not see the value in people. While he could feel enjoyment or interest, those sentiments began and ended with him. One could say he was a closed existence. His relationship with Nozome was the same. The various emotions that arose from their sex did not bind her together with him. That's why he never expressed any extreme like or dislike. While he didn't love anyone either, neither would he hate them. Apart from within himself.
お前たちのせいじゃない。俺が腐るんだ。
He was rotting. It wasn't that he was hurt. It wasn't the heartless words were hurled at him. He was being treated kindly, gently, without any pretense. That was what was eating away at Karu from the inside, his mind, his body, his emotions, or maybe something else entirely. He didn't know. That was what was piling up inside him. It was disgusting, sickening. It was what that discomfort was. He finally understood his true identity.
はっきり言ってしまえば、俺が俺を嫌なんだ。
Hey, so does 99% of humanity. Congratulations. Kyaru continued.
子供たちに教えても、彼らが何をしてくれるわけでもない。だというのに、懐いてくる。のぞみは、金銭面の不安を解消してくれたが、それと引き換えに、肉体関係と時間の大部分を費やされた。
Nozome's shoulders trembled once more and she backed away.
それがとても嫌だ。見返りがないのが嫌なわけじゃない。求めなければいけないように、俺が思うのが嫌だ。
僕が嫌いなの？
No, but most of the chat does. Nozome looked at him as a soon-to-be-abandoned pet looked at its owner. Kyaru shook his head. You are not getting us to feel bad for her.
教えるのも、懐かれるのも、抱かれるのも、養われるのも、囲われるのも、嫌いじゃない。 お前たちは何も悪くない。
Mom and Dad are just getting a divorce. It's fine. Kiaru rested his hand on his chest and released his pent-up thoughts.
俺が嫌なのが嫌いなんだ。そう感じるのが嫌なんだ。こうしたんだからどこかで返してほしい。そう思ってしまう自分の心が気に入らない。対価を求められて強制されるのも嫌だ。君が俺を好いていたとしても、それを盾にして同じ感情を要求されるのが嫌だ。どうして生き物として俺以下の者にそんな嫌なことをされなければならないんだ。
Did you just call her an inferior living being?
そう思ってしまう俺自身に吐き気がする。そうなりたくないんだ。思いたくないんだよ。
You know, we gotta check out the Nikopara games eventually and just see how much of like night and day this is. Kiaru had no need to forge relationships with others. That meant that his disgust and displeasure were born from somewhere else but within himself. Nowhere else. It could be considered a whatever that seemed to be hidden side to Kiaru. It was perhaps the downside of humans created through blood science. That's why I can't raise any children. Sorry, Kyoko. Being dependent on beings inferior to oneself meant that they would naturally seek recompense. Demand it even.
そう感じるのが嫌なんだよ。俺はお前たちより優れていると思いたくない。
That moment, I'm wondering if she thinks he's the crazy one.
お前たちが劣っているとも思いたくない。その思考そのものが煩わしい。おぞましい。
Welcome back to what's that show, Invincible?
そういうのはいらない。そう思ってしまう者のそばにはいたくない。
He repeated himself over and over, the contents of his words the same. Still, he just had to put it into words. Those were the clear emotions that he possessed.
俺に関係を押し付けないでくれ。
Bro, you could have made this so much easier if you would have said your fiance's alive. I gotta bounce and go get her. Through his disgust, Kiaru was able to understand and accept a part of himself. Taken to the harsh and cruel extreme, Kiaru was someone who didn't need anyone but himself. Not that he wanted to remove all others. He in fact hated the very idea. Kiaru thought to himself, perhaps this part of him was what his parents feared, or perhaps pitied. He had lived as a tool of the Yasaka, beings that didn't reflect on themselves. He never would have realized it. But now he couldn't return to being a tool. His newfound understanding, as well as peculiar sentiments towards Nozomi, could no longer return to the way they were before.
だから出ていくの？でも他の人に会いに行くんだよね。僕を置いて捨てて放り出して。
Hell yeah, we got like a better woman waiting for us. She's crazy, but she's like crazy in a funnier way. Nozomi, who had been driven back, stepped forward. She too was desperate in getting him to stay. As she continued to speak, she regained her energy and her voice grew stronger.
なんなの？僕じゃダメなの？
Literally, you aren't.
僕だって苦労が好きだよ。愛してるよ。同じでしょ？ねえ。
Here we go round the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush, because I'm pretty sure he said this shit already to you.
いや、違う。
Fuck, I'm in ADHD mode tonight. He shook his head in rejection. Having realized his self-hatred, he finally understood the emotions that lay behind it as well. It's absolutely going to break him down.
彼女のそばにいたい。
Oh, yeah, no, here we go. She, Kyoko, loved him unconditionally. Certainly, the Shiki had their own expectations of him, but she never used that as an excuse. Without any bonds between them, she continued to love him. Without any conditions, she let him love her back. There was nothing to make them love, make them believe, or tie them together. It was something that a person needed. She was what Kiaru needed.
だから行かなくてはならない。どうにもならないとしてもだ。
そんなのずるいよ。
お前の意見は関係ない。
He went on as if to convince himself too.
どうでもいいだろう、そんなもの。
僕にはどうでもよくなんかないもん。
You really don't in the long run.
なんで僕が苦労を取られなくちゃいけないの？苦労の初めてをもらったのは僕なんだよ。いっぱい僕の体を好きにして女の子の苦しませ方も気持ちよくさせる方法も全部僕から学んだのに、それなのにどうして全部奪われなきゃいけないの？そんなのずるいよ。
My God, she's a spoiled brat, isn't she?
そういうところが俺を腐らせる。耐えられないと言ったはずだ。
違うよ。僕が言ってるのはその苦労を取っちゃう人にだけだよ。
Man, that is a good way to have him kill you.
僕は苦労に何も見返りなんて求めて。
なら俺が出て行っても構わないな。
Bro, when we really need to look at Nico Paro eventually because I want to see like the parallels because apparently like they're two completely different things. Tears streamed down Nozome's face. She wailed in agony. In the end, that was what it all amounted to. Even Kiaru understood that no matter what a person was to say, their heart would demand something in return. That was how they functioned. That was all the more true when it came to matters of the heart for women. But Kiaru had already stated his position. Abandoning Nizome stung at him. She clung to his heart, but his words had already rejected her. That was just a fact of the matter. He had no choice but to stifle those feelings. So that leaves me with one question. Why are we even putting on this pathetic farce? I suppose making it clear this way will be a weight off my shoulders. Ever since he woke up, his days felt like he was wading through a rotting ocean. Maybe he needed to view this as a sort of purification. But perhaps he had also had his own feelings for Nizome that he hadn't yet realized. His search within himself could not find any trace of such emotions. Not a chance. Damn. Kiaru turned on his heel to leave the hospital grounds. There was nothing more to be said. He only craned his neck upon hearing the faint voice.
言うと苦労が困ると思ったから黙ってたんだけど。
Nozome's lips twisted in her as she cast her gaze down.
僕、妊娠しちゃってるんだよね。
I mean, there's some stairs nearby. We could fix it.
苦労と僕の子供。あれだけ種付けされたら当然だよね。
I swear to God, this would be so funny if he goes, enjoy being a single mom. Peace.
子供ができないのは嘘だったのか？
By the way, that is the scummiest shit you can ever do is try to trap a man like that.
だってそうすれば遠慮なく種付けしてくれるでしょ。好きな人との子供欲しかったんだもん。ね、お父さん。
She's been lying from day one about everything. Yes, she did claim that. She's been lying about everything, even paying our bill. Someone else has been doing it. She patted her stomach affectionately and returned her gaze to Kiaru. Her eyes were not those of a mother, but those of a female, and she's also lying right now.
お父さんは奥さんと子供を放って出て行っちゃうのかな。そんなことしないよね。
Yeah, he would.
いいや、出ていくぞ。
I love Kiaru. gonna say I love our main character.
お前も子供も俺の知ったことじゃない。
Nozomi went pale and tottered backwards. Seeing her reaction, Kiaru heaved a sigh. He hadn't looked into the specifics of why Nozomi was unable to bear a child. However, considering that both the doctor and the nurse didn't condemn their physical relationship, her infertility was likely real. First, the whole deal with the hospital fees, and now this. Why does she need to lie this much? I suppose she's just desperate.
ごめんなさい。クロ怒ってるんだよね。
いや、全く。
お金出してるってこと、子供のこと嘘ついてて、僕のこと信じられないって思ったからこんなことしてるんだよね。本当にごめんね、ごめんなさい。
Without even listening to Kiara's response, Nozomi continued rambling one-sidedly.
でも僕がクロのことを好きなのは本当だよ。愛してるからそれだけは信じて。あんなに激しく愛し合って僕を何回も失神させて、クロだって何回も足したよね。その立派なものでたくさん吐き出してお腹いっぱいに溢れさせてすっごく幸せだったよ。だからクロも僕のことが好きなんでしょ。僕の体だけでも好きなんだよね。
どうだろうな。
わからないってことはそうってことだよ。クロは僕の体が好き。いっぱい犯したい。これからも犯そうね。
いや、俺にはそういう好きか嫌いかわからないんだ。お前が言う愛情もその高もわからない。
わからなくてもいいよ。僕がこれからもずーっと教えてあげるから、分からせてあげる。分かって。
Yusaka, some of the Yusaka stuck behind and watching this going, look at this crazy bitch.
ただ、お前の体を使うとよく射精できた。俺の体はよく動いた。実際の女の体を知ることもできた。
よかった。分かってくれた。これからもいっぱいいっぱい射精しよう。僕で出して、ずっと出して。
そのことには感謝しているし、普通の女性はそういう関係を重要だと感じるのも理解している。
あれ、クロちょっと淡々としてない？いつもそうだけど今は余計に。
だからすまない。
何がすまないの？
口をついて出たんだ。何かは俺にもわからん。のぞみ、さすがに長々と話しすぎた。そろそろ切り上げるぞ。
About time. You go, boy. Now the game's finally cooking up again. Kiaru was using Nozomi's body. He was also the receipt for her feelings. However, he hadn't relied on her for anything. Not even for the smallest, tiniest, most minute thing. He didn't have anything tying him down to her. I don't know why, but it's so much funnier when they have the character shaking like that. It makes me lose it laughing. Nozomi wailed in agony. Kiaru knit his brow, feeling sorry for her. He's having an aneurysm. Stop, don't look at me like that. She wanted to shout, but that wouldn't have changed anything.
もういいか。
なんなのその女。僕からクロを取ってその女なんなの。
Kiaru sighed and gave it some thought. Someone who loved him unconditionally. Someone who let him love her unconditionally. That was who Kyoko was, but if he were to say that, Nozomi would end up insisting that she was the same. Was that really all their differences amounted to? If she had met If he had met Nozomi before, when he knew nothing, she would have become his Kyoko. Baby birds apparently regarded the first thing they saw as their parent. Was the reason why Kyaru was so accepting of Kyoko because she was the first person to show him feeling of affection? So Kyoko is like my mother bird? He didn't feel particularly disgusted at the thought.
行かないで、クロ。僕、クロがいないと死んじゃうよ。やだ。行かないで。
Finally, Nozomi appealed to him only through emotions. She got close to him and grabbed his shirt.
僕のこと殺さないでよ。死んじゃう。
Bye.
クロがいないと死んじゃうから。
So met in the audience.
やだよ。クロがいないのやだ。
How annoying would you find her? Damn! Did he just hit her? Whew. He did. Kyoko shook off Nozomi's hand as she wept like a broken dam. He descended the slope. Nozomi tried to chase after him, but he stopped and glanced back at her.
俺は行かずにはいられないが、
He spoke his thoughts from earlier as the least consolation that he could give her.
彼女よりも先に出会っていたら、きっと君がそうだったと思う。
Nozomi's eyes grew wide after hearing that. Her hand that had reached out to him for just a moment fell like a leaf in the wind.
だから、すまない。
Even as the rain poured, Kyaru left the hospital. It was a little over 7 days and a half. Free? Why is there just re? Roughly 30 kilometers to Nanawa Island. He could still get there while it was dark. Kyoko! Kyoko! As Kyaru rushed to the shore, any thoughts of Nozomi had already been banished from his mind. In the obscurity of the rain, Nozomi stood still. Over an hour had passed since Kyaru left. There wasn't a single spot on her that wasn't already drenched with rain. She looked like a ghost. The click of her tongue was even louder than the rain. Her eyes were empty, staring blankly at nothing. Wherever she was looking, Kyaru was no longer there. He had already gone off to be with another woman. In the torrent of rain, she walked on without any concern for her drenched clothes. The very sight of the otherworldly, but there was no one to admire the scene. As she clambered on, her voice muttered something that quickly faded into the roar of the storm. Yeah, this is going to be a problem later on. So did her body, which seemed to fade and disappear into parts unknown. Yeah, this is going to be a big problem. Oh, yeah, no, this is going to be a mega problem later on. Alright, guys, so we'll see you for more next time. Bye, guys. Welcome back to Dollhouse of Offerings. We're getting good. Slowly, she opened her heavy eyelids ever so slightly. In total darkness, there was a faint light coming from somewhere high up, probably the moon. Or perhaps her one remaining eye had grown weak and was having trouble seeing even the sun. She was in a daze, drooling as she stared upwards. Her body was heavy, everything felt heavy. The air, light, dark, All of it sapped her will to move. Thus she closed her eye. Did we bring her eye with us? She didn't feel any pain, just the throbbing in her womb. It was still night, or perhaps it was day. She didn't know what had happened. Her stomach felt itchy, so very itchy. She wanted to scream, but her voice wouldn't come out. Using all her energy, she felt her throat, but there was no injury. How did one even make a voice again? When was the last time she had so? When was the last time she made a sound? Oh my god, take a shot. You're probably going to see that a lot today. After exerting as much effort as she could, she managed to make a sound. Well, we found out Kyoko's still alive. Hearing an unfamiliar voice gave her the shivers. Go back, go back. She repeated it until she went hoarse, praying that her voice would return to the way it had been. However, it did not. She began coughing as she lifted her heavy fingers to retrieve the jug of water beside her. Tipping the jug over, she drank the water as it poured out. Fortunately, she was able to drink water without any difficulty. She stayed lying on her side, staring through the window into the darkness. Looking around, she saw that there was light coming in. There seemed to be a view outside. But she didn't want to see that. So she thought to herself, as she continued to stare into the darkness, as if spurred on by something, unsure of what she was doing. Slowly she recovered. Her aching womb already told her that anything she could have wished for wouldn't return. She understood that after some time had passed since first opening her eyes. Now she could just barely speak words, though she forgot how she even learned them. She spent her days idly in a haze. Sometimes she stroked her stomach in an attempt to quell the irritation, but it persisted. But what for? What did it want? She searched to learn about the throbbing. Her hands stopped even as she moaned. The realization dawned on her. There was something different than before. It was gone. In that place, there was nothing left but flesh that throbbed. Shedding tears for the first time since waking up, she curled up and fondled her crotch. As you do.
ない。私のお腹、なくなっちゃった。
Even as she wept, she continued to touch herself there, searching for it. But what was gone was gone. The more she did it, the more miserable she felt, and the more she cried. So why didn't she stop?
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Who was she apologizing to? Even she didn't know, as she continued to sob. It was what was most important to her. It was what kept her alive. It was what gave her value. But now she had lost it. Her mind blank, she gazed out of the... Bless you, puppy. Glazed out of the grating into the darkness. With no one there was nothing to see. She was simply looking. For some reason, she craned her head to the side. While she felt something was off, she couldn't answer it. Was it because she thought Bless you, honey. Was it because she thought someone would come for her? Bless you again? What the hell's going on? Did she hope that someone would be there for her? Her insides were missing, where her missing womb used to be, throbbed incessantly. She thought this was some sort of punishment. A flesh sac for pregnancy that couldn't fulfill its purpose, had no value. She couldn't bear children, so this was a fitting consequence. She tilted her head back and forth like an innocent child. All the while her gaze remained fixated on the dark beyond. Consequences, punishments, was there even any meaning in accepting them? Even breath seemed useless. Or perhaps, was there someone who wished for it? Did she wish to be punished by someone? Even though she spoke and reached out, there was no one reflected in her eyes. There was no one there. Nothing. Despite that, for some reason, tears streamed down her cheeks as if she had remembered. But even if she remembered, there was no one. There was no one and nothing. Try as she might to look for anything, there really wasn't anyone coming. She now had even more things that occupied her mind. After thinking that, she didn't know what to think of anymore. But that did not make her feel uneasy. Because she no longer had it. Even thinking was useless, meaningless, worthless. Perhaps just staring outside the grating until she withered away was a better use for her. Or perhaps she was here of her own volition to do just that. Perhaps it was someone else. That's what she thought, but also maybe not. Her rambling thoughts were incoherent. She simply ate her food while voicing sounds from her mouth. She was eating twice a day. There was food there before she even realized it. But since when? Perhaps every day since she had woken up? She was eating? What for? She tilted her head in puzzlement, but still continued eating. She didn't understand. Was there someone here? Were they taking care of her? Even though she no longer had meaning or value to merit that? The empty space deep inside her had been throbbing this entire time. No matter how hard she tried to understand what it was getting at, she couldn't. It throbbed even more intensely than just the socket of her missing eye. The sensation felt especially foreign, but somehow just right. Though she remained deep in thought, despite not having anything to think of, her body still moved on its own. It was not until much later that she noticed that feeling of being pulled apart. She uttered in suspicion. Her gaze remained fixated on whatever lay beyond the grating, but within her field of view was a letter. In one hand was a brush, while the other held paper. In her field of vision were scattered several written letters.
私
Oh, look. Even though she had no memory of writing them, the handwriting was her own. It was only natural knowing her own handwriting. She doesn't look as bad as I was expecting, actually. Yeah, I thought she was going to look way worse. Despite her misgivings, her hands moved as she made no attempt to stop them. Most certainly, they had something to do with the throbbing of her womb.
会いたい会いに来て
She looked at the handwritten letter and tilted her head quizzically. It felt like it was something important, or rather, there was something important that she needed to write a letter for. Tears began streaming down her face. She was caught off guard and lost her grip on the letter. It gently floated down, falling to the floor like all the other things around her. It's a good one. Perhaps this is where all this came from, she thought as she wiped her cheek.
あれあれ
No matter how much she wiped away, the tears didn't stop flowing. She didn't have any feelings that stabbed right into her heart, to the point of causing her to sob. It was more like a spring of water from deep within her that seemed to keep gushing forth. She realized that it was something she needed. Perhaps she had lost something along with her womb, leaving an emptiness behind. If there was a pulsating phantom pain from the lost organ, there too was a pain from her lost heart.
心わからないわかんないです
While penning a letter, she groaned seductively. Her mind and body weren't in sync. She had lost something from within her. While she didn't know what it was, she could feel a tingling of frustration, a throbbing stimulation.
何もできないのに
Her stomach pulsed especially strong.
ゴミなのにもう女じゃないのにそれなのに何をしてどうするの
Faltering, she asked one question after the other. Alas, there could be no answer when there was no one to answer. The only response from the silence was that those words from earlier were the truth.
ゴミ女じゃない何にもならない何の価値もない子供を産めないゴミゴミゴミゴミゴミゴミゴミ
Oh good, now we have the other side of the crazy. Her mumbling faded into the darkness. How many days had she been in solitude? She couldn't even guess how long it had been. Feeling like she was enclosed in clay, she couldn't even tell whether the light that streamed through the window was from the moon or the sun. She simply existed there the whole time, thinking of nothing but what she no longer had. The din of rain reverberated throughout. With no one else to make a sound, it was especially loud.
書きにくい
The humid air combined with the slight rain that blew through the window dampened the writing paper. Even then, she continued despite not knowing why. She didn't know who to address the letter to either. Despite that, she couldn't help but want to understand what welled up within her, finding its way into words.
書きたくない。書くべきではない。
Even as she berated herself, stop it. This is all so foolish. Her hand wouldn't stop. A piece of broken refuse, who could no longer function as a female, stubbornly continued to write. I want to meet. Come back. Let's take it back. But there was nothing that could be undone. There was nothing that could be done for what was already finished. It was pathetic, nothing but trouble. Not only did her body shed tears, but it began sobbing audibly as well. It felt like it had been that way for years. She clenched her teeth. She couldn't stand the feeling of something gushing forth from within her womb. Even as her mouth hung open like a fool, she continued penning a letter, sobbing all the while. To someone. She thought of that person, who should have been there, who was lost, leaving only a void, but she also knew that wasn't the case. Whoever that person was, they didn't disappear. She was sure of it. Just that now that she was trash, she could no longer reach them herself. To even approach them, how unthinkable. She absolutely was not to do that. She ought to know her place as nothing more than trash, below even an animal, unable to even birth a child. I'm pathetic. It was only natural for her to think that way. Another part of her couldn't accept it, and that made her feel even more miserable. The crashing of the rain was a constant reminder of that. She didn't hate it. It was merely the expected treatment, and while it was the way she deserved to be treated, something within her seethed. It was raining again. But that day, tears didn't fall. Holding a brush, her hand moved swiftly. Her thoughts and feelings, all of them, were smoothly put into writing. Even as she gazed out through the bars of the grating into the darkness, she knew full well that she was writing. The words she penned out were ugly and terrible, but she could not be stopped. Perhaps she thought these were her true feelings. That made her feel even more wretched. She heaved a sigh and closed her eyes, then brought her gaze to the grating that served as her source of light and looked to the outside. It was raining. Raindrops splashed against the bars, falling into the room. It was only a few seconds in time, but how many days, months, years had it been since she had seen this place? Oh, that is a nice image. Look at that. Look at also how the coloring has changed for this. We have a much darker look to the coloring. I do like the contrast between what we've been seeing. When she looked back, he was there. She was in such disbelief that she even twisted her head. This must be a dream, she thought, which gave her free license to say anything she wanted.
ごめんなさい。
Aww. He remained silent, but that was natural, for this was a dream. She snapped, she burst. Just being seen by him was enough to set ablaze an intense yearning.
私、 苦しくて苦しくて何度もあなたに綴ってしまいました。
Her breath was hot. It was only natural that even her skin grew heated, for he was there.
もう私は子供を産むことはできないのに、こんな壊れた女にすらなれない肉の塊が生きていたところで、あなたのためにならないのに、手紙なんてもってのほかです。ゴミよりも醜くうごめいているだけの肉の塊がどの面下げてあなたのような人に生きていますだなどと知らせられるでしょう。恥ずかしい、恐れ多い、おこがましい、何一つためにはならないのに。
After forcing those words out like bloody vomit, she lost all vigor.
クロさん。
And a single tear fell. Even though she could not give up on him, she had to. There was only one right answer.
誰か他のもっとまともな子供の産める女性とお付き合いして結ばれて子供を作って幸せにくらい。私にはもう何もありません。だからせめて幸せになってください。それだけが。
She tried to continue, but the words caught in her throat. His happiness is my happiness. It was such a simple thing, and while it was the truth, it was also a lie.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。こんなこと言うなら早く死んでしまえばいいのに。あなたの記憶からもここからもゴミそのものとなって消えるのが私の幸せなのに。
But she could not die. The thoughts were like flies around a dung heap. Her letters spewed forth, birthed from the stench. I don't want to write. I mustn't write. He's not mine, merely the one whom I love.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。私はバカでクズで子供もできないのに死ぬこともできないゴミ以下の肉です。ごめんなさい。
But her hand would not stop. Her brain heated up, slowly turning her thoughts delirious.
ダメ。
She shook her head, hoping to make the dream that stood before her disappear. Alas, he still stood there.
やめて。こんなの。やめて。やめて。
Oh, she's wearing gloves.
こんなことはダメ。手紙なんか書かない。クロさんが幸せになれない。私みたいなゴミが、肉が関わってはいけない。100を濡らして破いて
もう二度とかけないように折って腕を指を折ってでもこれはクロウさんが握ってくれた指で触って体で私はこのまま死んで
So she thought to herself, but why?
どうしてクロウさん口にしてはいけない言葉になんてできない私が言ったら汚れてしまう何も言わずただ黙って腐れ落ちてゆくのがお似合いのメスにすらなれなかった私はダメですダメここにいてはダメです
He's just watching her go crazy.
ごめんなさいダメゴミクズ私はダメバカ頭おかしい
そうか。
Just by hearing his voice, her heat-addled vision immediately found focus.
クロさん濡れていますよ
泳いできたからな。雨にも打たれた。
He was soaked to the bone, but spoke like it was nothing.
もう拭きますからこっちへ
Why do I always pick the crazy ones? I think he said that in an earlier video. She staggered up to the grating, grabbing a sleeve of her cloth and thrusting her hand out. In return, he too approached. They touched with the cloth separating the two. She wiped his wet hair and skin. Oh, that's so sweet. One of them's gonna die. That alone sent a tremendous jolt of pleasure straight to her brain.
こんなに濡れてどのくらいかかりました
暗いうちに着いた。
そうですね
A drop of water flew off, landing on her face, to which had touched him. That which had touched him was now touching her. Now more than ever, she felt as pathetic as could be.
私にあなたは眩しすぎます
そうか。
ええもっとふさわしい世界一の女性が他にいるのは間違いありませんだから突き放すべきなんですそれだって失礼極まりないですが
She spoke with a vacant, melancholic expression. He gazed back at her intently, even though he should have been facing towards his future.
だからもういいんです
私に。こんな私に関わらないでください。それは良くないことです。
He looked perplexed, as if she was speaking nonsense. His expression was nostalgic and ever so dear. She couldn't help but purr and gulp. No, she mustn't.
私は今すぐ死ななければいけません。喉をついて死んで。
She had to declare to him right now.
あれ？今言いましたか？あれ？言ってませんよね。
Wait, what? Say it, die! The words that came out of her mouth were wails, and all that she felt in her heart, shameless words and great in number. From then on, she had no memory of what transpired. She spoke word after word, but swallowed each and every one. She was trying to convince someone. Who? Herself? As she wiped his head with her kimono, he smiled just the same as he did before. She wanted to run. She wanted to die. She had to. She only for her. This person was always being held by the man that she yearned for. She was in tears, but her expression was ecstatic. Her heart was a mess. The functions of her body as a female had broken. She was nothing more than a useless garbage. She must not get any closer to him. Just by meeting him, she was already being a pestilent insect. He was right there before her eyes. She was touching him. He was touching her. His body was so warm, so strong. Even though he mustn't get involved with me, even though he ought to find a good woman and be happy. Just his touch, receiving his feelings that couldn't yet be called affection, he felt so dear.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
She could not even tell if she was apologizing to him in her mind or out loud.
ごめんなさい。こんな生き恥をさらして。ごめんなさい。
Instead of just dying as she was, miserable and wretched, she even dared to drag another into the heap of trash that she was in. No matter how much she apologized, she would never be forgiven.
ごめんなさい。クロンさん。あなたみたいな人に。
Such a splendid man for someone like me.
あれ。
A single word echoed like a drop of ink fallen. Her mess of a heart melted away. It melted and mingled with the heat of her emotions, blending into the worst kind of shame, one that felt like imitation. You know, he's just dealing with crazy. With a stiff smile, she wiped off his head and even more tenderly. This was a sin. Just by mingling with this person alone, her feelings of shame grew more intensely. How dare someone like her tie him down, even though she couldn't become a woman?
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。 めんなさい。
She took her already messed up heart and mixed everything that had been piled up within it. The sensation of maggots crawling around in her brain made her neck and cheeks tremble. It was horrifying, yet it had such a mystifying glow. She moaned, choked with tears.
台無しにして。ごめんなさい。
My man, break the fucking bars already and get her out of there.
こんな私に、私のためにここに来て、夢でも幻でもごめんなさい。
She had ruined his wonderful life. She was fully aware how tremendous that sin was, one that she could not shoulder.
家畜以下の分際でどうしてこんな消えてしまいたい。私は私の顔。
There were other women out there with much better wombs. Ones who were pretty cute, real human females. But to choose this broken flesh puppet instead?
して
The first thing in the live chat is bright side, no kids. By the way, if you want to see these live, join the Patreon or subscribe store, or become a member on YouTube. If this channel still isn't monetized, go over to Sinfully Pure and you'll get a link to the Discord. Which was why Kyoko conveyed that. Using her actions or her whole body, she conveyed her apologies.
私もうダメなんです。ダメなのに、それなのに、どうしてダメになったのに、なんで、どうして。
It's not that she valued it, it was just her family, broke it into her head that that was the only important thing she was born for.
それで
His voice was composed and spoke lightly, as if it was just a matter of fact. The sound of the rain felt distant. Even time itself seemed to fade away. Silence. It was oh so silent.
いいえ、何も変わりなんてありません。
On Shiki Kyoko's face beamed a beautiful clear smile.
私はあなたを
God damn right! Best couple! Too crazy. She brought her head closer still. He chose me. She laid her bare, slovenly figure and expression. She laid bare her slovenly figure and expression. It was the very essence of trash that had been distilled into its vilest form and the most superior pleasure as a woman. What? I love you, Kyoko said as the strength drained from her. Kyaru thrust his arm through the bars to support her as she fell. As she wiped Kyaru with the sleeve of her kimono, the two of them drew closer, as if embracing with the grating between them. Her body weight hasn't changed much. Feeling some relief from that, he called out to the woman who was waiting behind him by the wall.
開けてくれますか？
はい、ただいま。
With a smile, Ichikura Madoka unlocked the bars that had kept Kyoko confined. She slipped into the room and supported Kyoko from behind.
やっぱりあなたが必要だったのね。
Madoka muttered to herself tenderly as she laid Kyoko down on the futon. Madoka stroked Kyoko's forehead as she slept peacefully. She smiled once again before retreating in a fluid motion. Watching the entire scene, Kyaru purposefully refrained from going into the confinement room. He stroked the cheek that Kyoko had wiped dry. That alone was enough to get his heart racing. Just making sure that much was enough for him.
まどかさん、まずは礼を。
Kyaru tried to bow his head in gratitude, but Ichikura Madoka had prostrated herself before him. She got on both of her knees and brought her forehead to the ground. Without saying a word, she genuflected in front of him. A dogaza. Kyaru was at a loss for what to say, leaving them in utter silence. Several minutes had passed, with only Kyoko breathing echoing through the room.
京子が生きていたのを黙っていたことですか？そのことなら、二人の監視もあったのでしょうし、仕方ないことだと。事情はもちろん伺いたいですが。
So we're gonna find out next time exactly what happened. Thank you guys so much for joining. Don't forget to throw some support, and I'll see you guys next time. Hey guys, welcome to Dollhouse of Offerings. I'm doing this live in front of my supporters, so if you want to see these type of games live, then please think about joining the Patreon or Subscribe Star. Let's continue. We didn't just have
そのことなら、二人の監視もあったのでしょうし、仕方ないことだと。事情はもちろん伺いたいですが。
そうではありません。
だとしても、頭を下げたままでは話もできないでしょう。それに、敬語もやめてください。聞いているこちらの方が申し訳なくなってしまう。
はい。
After suffocating stillness, Madoka raised her head. At the same time, Kyaru got on his knees as well. He was still taller than her, but it was better than having to look down just to talk.
クロさん。
Her voice was tinged with remorse. While Ichikura Madoka appeared much younger than her real age, she seemed so morose that it overshadowed even that.
先生、八坂伊代から一応のことの次第は遺言ということで伺っています。京子の死を偽装する必要があったのでしょう。
はい。
Kyoko slumbered peacefully behind the grating. As he confirmed earlier, she hadn't grown physically weak. Rather, she seemed even more alluring by the passing of years. Of course, Kyaru viewed her through rose-tinted glasses, but even factoring that into account, it was still a fair assessment.
今日まで世話をしていただき、ありがとうございました。こう言うと、また謝られるかもしれませんが、そうしてばかりでは話が進みません。
そうね。
Madoka heaved a sigh, perhaps finally coming to terms with everything. She collected herself and looked at Karu. He nodded back.
伊代殿はあなたに何と？
四季家の者は皆死んだ。故に、七原島にはもう戻るなと。中には、京子の要と神が。
He looked at Madoka questioningly. She assented to it.
京子ちゃんを除き、四季家の者が死んだのは事実です。二人の難癖で、あなたの除名のために イオ殿も命を落としました。それとあの人も。
Judging from how she spoke, Kiaru was able to guess who she was referring to. Madoka cast her gaze down, her voice tinged with resignation.
市倉通りはあなたたちの式の前日の夜に殺されました。
詳しく。
Kiaru asked solemnly, prompting Madoka to reply.
あの日の朝、私が呼びに行くとあの人はすでに事切れていました。私も初めは病が悪化してのことだと思ったのです。和井に見てもらいましたが、奴らも病死とのたまいました。
Yeah, they were in on it.
折しも式家の式の当日です。慌てて知らせて水を差す必要はない。むしろあの人が死んだのはあなたたちを祝って市倉家をついさせたのだとすら思いました。
Her speech came to a halt, and she ground her teeth. Her fists were so tightly balled that they turned pale white.
あなたたちがああなってしまって、気づいた時にはもう手遅れでした。あの人は殺されたのです。実行したのは三枝の手の者。あれのありかを聞き出すために和井が薬を用意したのでしょう。すべて仕組まれていたとどうして気づけなかったのか。
Hindsight's 2020.
まどかさん、落ち着いてください。
With a wave of his large hand, Kiaru placated Madoka, who was losing her composure. She took a couple deep breaths and cleared her throat.
通り殿が殺されたとあなたが判断した根拠、そして先ほど言ったあれとは何でしょう。
九郎さん。
Madoka hesitated to speak several times. After glancing around, she spoke apprehensively.
あなたも見たでしょ。
Get the timer. How many times? Somebody get the counter. Without even realizing, he clenched his fist. He felt the sweat beating on his skin. It was unusual for certain, but that was just how conscious he was of it.
あれは。
For some reason, he hesitated to put into words. After some moments of indecision, he finally spoke. He looked at Kyoko. She was safe. Nothing had happened. What is this? Kiaru wavered again. He was apprehensive to even speak about it, for perhaps it might start spewing from his own lips. But that would not happen. There was no way it would. It was easy to say that it wouldn't, but there was a sickening unease that it just as easily could happen. Maybe Madoka understood that too, as she turned pale while glancing around them. With bated breath, he hesitated once more, but finally spoke.
箱、それと中身ですか。
Madoka nodded. Having steeled herself, she took a sharp breath.
小鳥箱。
It felt as if the air in the underground room had gotten colder by 3 degrees. Had it really happened? The fact that such a thought even occurred to Kiaru seemed rather strange to him. After gauging his response, Madoka continued in a cold sweat.
そう呼ばれています。とはいえ、今のあなたが考えたように、進んで口に出す者はいません。
まどかさんは構わないので。
私たちはもう諦めがついています。
Kiaru had his misgivings, but Madoka's eyes were filled with resignation that she spoke of.
その名の通り、あれは女から子をなす機能を奪います。 それどころか腹渡を無残にねじ切られ、開けた時の距離、直接触れているか否かにもよりますが、死に至ることがほとんどです。
But why? Kiaru was tempted to deny it, but he remained silent. No matter how unrealistic it all seemed, he had no reason to argue. What happened that day was deeply engraved in his mind.
特に女に対してのそれがひどいというだけで、男であろうとあまり区別はありません。封ぜられた状態なら男は持ち運びできるでしょうが。
それで四季家の皆は？
頼道殿は近くにいたためひどくやられ持ちませんでした。幸子殿は女ですので無論助からず、道元様はやや軽傷でしたが、ご家族を失い気落ちされたのと老齢による体力の衰えもあり、一晩苦しみ抜いて息を引き取られました。
それなら俺と京子が助かった理由がわからないな。
伊予殿が助けに入ってくださいました。九郎さんが命を拾ったのは出来が違うからとのことですが、京子ちゃんはひどく。
Kiaru recalled his early exchange with Kyoko. She apologized over and over again. Considering the reason she had grown so self-effacing in light of the damage done by the box, the answer was all too clear.
子供を作れなくなったのですね。
はい。下腹が裂け、中身がねじれ失せていました。その他の臓物も多くが裂けていて。
それも先生が？
血統実験の副産物とおっしゃられていました。何でも人の腹渡の代わりになるとか。
それでももう子供は作れない？
肉としては動かせるそうですが。
Madoka shook her head with a somber expression. She probably had her own sentiment about it, as a fellow woman.
九郎さんと京子ちゃんが揃って無事だと知られれば、二人はまたぞろ手を伸ばしてくるでしょう。
Oh, we're gonna kill him, don't you worry.
あの人を殺し、あれを使い、今さら何をためらうとも思えません。意識の戻る目処はなく、かといって当該に出そうとすれば気づかれる。
四季家から七名家の主権と本土とのつながりを奪う以上、人の出入りには格別厳しい目を向けるだろうからな。かといって俺を含めて四季家の息のかかったものを島に置こうとはしないだろう。
それに俺が死んだと主張するにも無理がある。
He didn't intend to boast, but no one would believe that the whole Shiki family had died, Kiaru included. There was at least one person alive, even if unconscious. They would accept that, given the general census that the Yasaka were monsters. Did Sensei also leave me that letter because she didn't want me to come to the island unprepared and inadvertently cause Kyoko's harm? In the first place, why did Sensei save Kyoko? I pray for your happiness from here in the depths of hell. Such was written in her last will. He was unsure whether he could trust it fully or doubt it.
あれは七名家の長である一倉家が管理していました。
Madoka utterance put a stop to Kyoko's train of Kiaru's train of thought. Tears welled up in the corner of her eyes, perhaps from resentment.
一倉や四季の家が七名家七原島となる慶期にまつわるものです。本土との関係を維持するためにもあれは必要でした。ですが時代も移り変わり、もう必要ないのだとあの人と共にそう考えていたのです。
As Kiaru listened, he figured out what she was getting at. Earlier, she said that she had resigned herself.
一倉の血が細く子がいないのもあれが理由だとそう考えているんですか？
黒さん。
In Madoka's eyes dwelt a dim light. Kiaru could see glimpses of the withering sort of grief as well. How such sentiments could surface in someone was immediately made clear.
私はあれによって娘を失っています。まだ幼い可愛い盛りでした。
In spite of her obvious grief and the content of her words, there was something captivating about her expression. Or perhaps, as she thought of her daughter, her own womanhood had sprung forth.
隠しておいたはずなのに、どこで探り当てたのか。いいえ、それもまた私たちの定めだったのかもしれませんが、あれを開けて小さな体の中をぐちゃぐちゃにされ。
Why would you just not destroy the damn thing? Yeah, this is the first game for today.
ひどいと思いますか？でもそれだけではなかったんです。
Madoka's voice grew in intensity, almost as if she were vomiting blood.
その時一緒に京子ちゃんのお姉さんも一緒に遊んでいたんです。
Oh, now we know where her older sister went. What happened next was already all too clear.
京子の姉か。道元様はその事実をないものとしたんだな。あれに関わって死んだ以上、縁起が悪いにも程があると。
はい。でも私もあの人も察しました。もう私たちに先はなく、私たちの代であれもろとも終わらせるべきなのだと。それでもあの子がかわいそうで。
Madoka gritted her teeth and knelt with her forehead against the ground once more.
あの子を緩やかに弔いながら四季家の方を巻き込んでしまった罪を償うため、京子ちゃんやあなたに協力しながら死んでいこうと考えていたのに、また私たちは。
Madoka was still prostrated before him, not even once lifting her head. Kyoko's sister, who was treated as a non-entity in the Shiki family, had gotten involved in the Ichikura family's troubles and died. Kyoko also perished because the box that they were in charge of was stolen. Not only did the Ichikura kill off their own family, but the Shiki as well.
せめてもの償いに京子ちゃんをかくまいお世話させていただきましたが、呆然自失として自分が誰かも分かっていないようなありさまで、それでもあなたに謝り手紙を書いて。
それがいたたまれなくなり、年数が経って二良の一くらいの警戒が緩んだ隙を見計らって俺を探していた。そういうことでよろしいですか？
はい。
Madoka replied with a whimper, head still lowered. Kiaru rested his hands on her shoulders and raised her up.
まどかさん、事の次第はどうあれ、京子をここまで回復させていただきありがとうございました。
そんな。
Madoka shook her head wildly, looking to Kiaru for salvation.
あなたが望むなら手にかけていただいても構いません。こうなったのも私たちが原因です。
Kiaru shook his head and rejected her words. She questioned why with a weak sob, but he didn't see the need to answer. For him, Kyoko's ability, or lack thereof, to bear children was of no consequence. Yeah, look at that cutie. No matter if she was missing an eye or anything else, nothing was lost. She was the woman he had feelings for, and she felt the same towards him. That was all. That was the only thing that was important. Anything beyond that was merely a shift in circumstance. He considered physical defects as merely on the same level as emotional instability, or perhaps even less severe. That's interesting in its own way. Kiaru's expression softened as he looked at the sleeping Kyoko. She was missing an eye. While there were parts that hadn't fully recovered, he could see the bandages. That would be nice too. Madoka's shoulders slumped, the tension perhaps finally draining from her after seeing his mirthful smile. Kiaru didn't know what was going through her mind. However, even after hearing that Madoka had to say, his behavior now was in stark contrast to hers. It was brimming with tolerance, magnanimity, and kindness and graciousness.
まどかさん、気持ちがわかるとは言いません。あなたがそれだけ思い詰めたものを俺がどうこうできるわけもないですから。だが俺はあなたを、ひいては一倉家を恨んではいません。
九郎さん。
そもそも俺はどうにも恨みつらみや復讐怨嗟の類とは縁がない。そういうたちなんでしょうね、これは。
極端な前向きと捉えればよいですか？
そう思ってくれれば幸いです。京子はそう思ってくれていますから。
まあ。
After all that, Madoka finally smiled. It was a tired one, but a smile nonetheless. Madoka finally seemed to look a little better as well. Her aura is completely different now, but if I prodded her about it, she'd probably switch back to brooding over it. That's, in itself, an entertaining and interesting. Thinking more positively, Kiaru turned his thoughts to a different direction.
つまり、事の次第はこうですか。二良家が俺と京子の指揮を好機として実権を握ろうとした。これ以上道元様の意図通りに進めると崩すのが難しくなると考えたんでしょう。確実に仕留めるために一倉家が管理していた箱を使うことにした。何せ京子のそばには常に俺がいますから。逆に俺が奴らにそれを使わせたとも言えるわけですが。
We are gonna kill him. Madoka nodded gravely.
カズイの用意した薬で箱のありかを聞き出し、通り殿を殺害。たとえ致死量を摂取させたとしても、呼ばれる医者はカズイなのだから足もつかない。
They might have gone too far by threatening the Sugusa and deciding that the Kaizu weren't hostile was naive. Killing was simply enough, but Kiaru thought over how sloppy they were in all other aspects.
そして箱を盗み出し、四季家の結びの品と取り替えた。これは四季の警護をしていた三枝でしょうね。
He counted on his fingers, checking one by one. The Ichikora and Shiki were as good as dead, but they were allies. The Yasaka had left the island and were working on the mainland. The Futara and Kazu and Sugusa were enemies.
御社と陸号は敵ですか？
どちらも二良にしぶしぶ従っているだけです。ただ本土との関係が悪化しているせいで取引も制裁を欠いていますね。
Which meant that things were going downhill.
そうか。ありがとうございます。
And
いく
that's
つ
what
か
we're
付け
gonna
加え
leave.
ると、今は二良家が指揮家に代わって島を治めている格好ですが、いかにも不格好でどう
Thank
に
you
もな
guys
り
so
ません。
much, and I'll see you next time. Welcome back to Dollhouse of Offerings. Let's jump in.
いくつか付け加えると、今は二良家が指揮家に代わって島を治めている格好ですが、いかにも不格好でどうにもなりません。自らの利益を優先し、権勢を訴えているせいで、本土との関係も悪化してばかりです。
本土との大きなつながりを持っていた八坂を追い出したのも大きい。
それとも八坂は自ら出て行ったんですか？
島にいないのはご存知なんですね。
ああ、外で会う機会がありました。その時に島から出ているのは知ったが、その経緯は聞きそびれてしまって。
わかりました。伊予殿のこともあります。私が見聞きしたところをお伝えしましょう。
Beginning with those words, Modoka recounted the events that transpired after Kiaru collapsed. So now we get to find out the truth. 3 days after the tragedy that befell Shiki family roughly 2 years ago, Ichikura Madoka narrowed her eyes as she looked over the girl who lay beyond the grating. She was covered in bandages and was missing an eye. Under those bandages, her stomach was sewn together. Deeper within, masses of flesh filled in the spots where she was missing parts of her twisted organs. The bandages themselves had to be replaced twice a day. Iu, who was beside Madoka, said that although the medication was working, she still didn't seem to be waking up. This is our fault. Blood oozed from the lips that she bit down on. Madoka tormented herself in deep remorse as her gaze upon Kyoko's pitiful state.
あの人も殺されて。伊予殿、これから私たちはどうなるのかしら。
さあ、多分二人がいろいろ難癖つけてくるんだろうけどね。あたしにできることはするし、あんたもやるしかないんじゃない？
Madoka grimaced at Iu's crude reply. The two of them were on good terms. Aside from the deep ties between the Yasaka and Shiki families, Madoka had a personal connection with her as well.
市倉家の血もお役に立てましたか？
For years now, she had been secretly providing the Ichikura family's blood, said to be cursed by the box, as research material. She prided herself on the Futara not knowing this secret. However, the box that had kept secret was now stolen. Who knew what other secrets were now out in the open? The situation seemed so helpless that even giving up only makes matters worse. You know, this actually explains what we saw earlier in the game with the little girl that was dying and the island suddenly being in really bad shape and everything, remember? It's because of the Futara being in charge. So it wasn't the Shiki in charge like we thought. Now that we know how dangerous things have gotten, I can't let any more of the Shiki family die. Such was her resolve as someone with the Ichikura family and as Tori's wife. Maybe it was love she had for her partner who had been mercilessly killed that inspired such feelings. Yasaka Io cocked her head and thought, perhaps cognizant of Madoka's sentiments, or perhaps not.
どうだろうね。血肉の傾向に合わせて代替の腹渡は用意したから馴染んでくれるといいんだけど、こればっかりは京子ちゃんの運次第ってとこじゃない？
私にできることなら何でもするから、何でも言ってちょうだい。
ここまでに伝えてきたことで十分だよ。ここから先助かるかどうかはわからないし、復調したとしても意識が戻らないかもね。
そうね。
Her body might recover, but with no change in her mental state. That would be close to worst case scenario. If that were to happen, Madoka's resolved herself to take care of her until she died of old age, or at least until Madoka herself died.
クロウさんはどうするの？これから二人が七名家を集めて処遇を決めるらしいけど。
まあ、どうにかするよ。私にとってあの子は全てだ。
Yu's face beamed with pride as she said that.
人としてあれほどよくできたものはいないだろうね。後にも先にも同じのはできないだろうさ。 だから、どうなったって、私が守る。
まるで自分の子供みたいね。
そうだよ。だから、私には、あの子を幸せにする義務があるし、そうなってもらわなくちゃ困るんだ。
You was good in the end. Io answered frankly. Madoka was obviously was anxious over whether things really would go that smoothly. No matter how much Io treasured Kyaru.
困る。
Madoka realized that she might have been jealous. As someone who lost a child in the past and had no hope of ever having one again, she cast her gaze down ashamed.
私もクロウさんには生きていてほしい。
I would hope so. The responsibility of taking care of Kyoko fell on her shoulders. Though she was still asleep, if she were to wake up, she would undoubtedly look for him. If he were no longer anywhere to be found in this world, she was liable to take her own life. Madoka wanted to avoid that.
ふたらはごまかせた？
そこは平気だと思うよ。死体はきっちり見せたからね。
Yesterday, Shiki Dugan, Yukiko, Uramichi, and a faked Kyoko were cremated. The Futara, Sugusa, and Kaizu closely examined the body to make sure they weren't fake. Though perhaps the Kaizu were only intrigued by seeing bodies that had died as a result of the box.
京子ちゃんと同じ年齢、同じ身長、同じ血の形にしたやつを使ったからそうそうバレないでしょ。あれが死因で女ならぐちゃぐちゃになってても当然だしね。それに和井も三枝も二人に浸水してるわけじゃない。気づいていたとしても利用するために生還することだってある。
あれを使って指揮家を追い込んでおいて。
どうだろうね。私も人の心の中身には自信がないよ。
Io flashed a mischievous smile. Madoka didn't understand why. The rumors that the Futara used that thing have already spread within the village. Their reputation is quickly plummeting. Despite that, the Kazoo and the Segusa aren't actually on the same side. They merely worked together on this one occasion. Madoka found it all precarious. Not just the Futara, but Nanawa Island itself. If they were the ones at the helm, then this island could possibly...
拉致もないことね。
All that was left for Madoka was her atonement to the Shiki family. Taking the box back was the goal that was far beyond her reach.
伊予殿、あれが三枝の管理になったって本当？
間違いないよ。今は三枝の本家の奥にあるけど、どうやったのかね。
伊予殿にもわからないことってあるのね。
そりゃそうよ。神仏にだってわからないことはあるさ。
Madoka nearly burst out laughing after hearing Io compare herself to Buddha or a god.
よしよし。少しは明るくなった。これからが正念場なんだから頑張らないとね。
In the dim underground chamber, Io raised her arms and stretched her body. The heads of the 7 noble houses were soon to assemble and decide on their course of action.
場所が二ら家っていうのがもう八百長じゃない。
だとしてもできることはあるよ。
Io was steadfast in her optimism. She headed to the stairs leading above ground. Madoka bowed deeply to Kyoko, who lay in the confinement room. After making sure it was locked, she followed after Io.
よし、全員集まったな。時間通り。誠に結構なことだ。
Seated on his chair, the young man looked about him smugly. Ichikura Madoka was bewildered. The prideful young man was Futara Ryusei, the grandchild of the current head of the Futara family. Because of his father, Ryuichi, was still alive, it would be some time before he was ascended to the position. More importantly, though, he didn't have a single accomplishment to his name. Yet, what she did know was that he had a thirst for power, as well as a desire to grandstand. He also saw the Shiki family as a detestable thorn in his side when it came to his ambitions. He clearly lacked the dignity to be the head of the family.
どうしたいチクラの？私がここにいるのがそんなに不満か？
Yes, I think this is the one that also called Kyoko a whore.
いえ、そんなことは。
まあ気持ちはわかるぞ。貴様の旦那は不幸にも病にて没したからな。四季家の件といい、不幸は重なるものだな。
That is a face. That is a face.
ええ、本当に。
Bewilderment in Madoka's heart quickly faded. It was replaced with a burning determination never to let this man get his hands on Kyoko.
貴様も見てくれはいいのだから、もっと子供がいてもいいものだがな。ああ、それとも私が選んであてがってやろうか。市倉家の名跡を告げるなら、なり手は山ほどいるだろうよ。
You can fuck off.
ご厚情痛み入ります。ですが、まずは夫の菩提を弔うことに専念したく思います。
そうか。丈夫になりたければいつでも言えよ。
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
私は寛大だからな。女が男を求めたところで、何ら恥ずべきことではないと思うぞ。
I didn't think he could get the original thing. I didn't think he could get any worse, the movie. Ichikura Madoka was convinced it was this bastard. He was the one responsible for what happened to the Shiki. It was not Futara Ryuken who killed Tori, but him.
その際には、どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
She stifled her emotions and bowed to him. It was a disgrace, but Kyoko came first. Besides, it was laughable that the person he meant to have killed was still alive.
カズイと三枝もよく集まってくれた。どちらも大変だったな。
四季と市倉のご不幸を思えば大変などとは言っていられません。
警護を任せられながらあんなものを使われて、私らの面目は丸つぶれさね。
While Kazuo Yukio bowed his head solemnly, Sugusa Renge spoke offhandedly. Both of them had obedient expressions, but they didn't seem perturbed by Ryusei's attitude. So he's the main culprit in all this. It looks like he already handled everything ahead of time.
四季家はおらんが、まあ仕方ないな。全員死んでしまったのだから仕方ない。ああ、仕方ないとも悲しいな。
Ryusei didn't even make the slightest effort to hide his pleasure as he cackled. He shifted his gaze, making even his smile look disgusting.
それで貴様らはどうだ？豪者、陸号、揃って二らに立てつくか？
Gosha Kenji and Urego that exchanged glances before they prostrated themselves before Ryusei.
四季家にご不幸があり存続が危うい以上、舵取りをするのは当御者はそれに従うまでです。
陸号も同じく二良流星殿に忠義を尽くしましょう。いや正直四季家のやりようには飽き飽きしていましてね。 これで七原島にも新しい風が吹くでしょ
う。They were blatantly trying to curry favor with him, but the two houses had always been the type to latch onto the dominant family just to survive. Their behavior was unsurprising.
そうだとも。もはや式は滅びたのだからな。貴様らも俺に従うのなら、今にも増して栄えさせてやろう。儲かるのなら何でもしていいぞ。
The future is bleak. Madoka couldn't help but think that after hearing Ryusei's words of encouragement. Madoka saw that both houses of Gosha and Rikugao were swayed by the character of the family that dominated over them. It was fine with the Ichikora and Shiki were the ones in charge, but when she thought about how Ryusei was now the head, she could only imagine the nauseatingly terrible future that awaits them.
さて、今回の件に使われた例のあれだが、今後は三枝へ預けるものとする。
Ryusei declared that as if to rub salt in Madoka's wounds. He didn't even so much as ask for her opinion. She could only listen passively.
所持していた市倉家から盗まれ使われた以上、かの家には任せておけん。本来なら罪に問うてもいいところだが、当主が死んだのではな。弱い者いじめは良くないものな。
まったく流星殿はお優しいですね。
まあそっちの方が私らも安心できるってもんさ。三枝は女が中心だからね。またぞろ放り込まれれば問答無用で全滅しちまうよ。
流星様の差配、まことに素晴らしい限りで。
ああ、素晴らしい。
流星殿。
どうした市倉の。言いたいことがあるなら言えばよかろう。文句の一つや二つあって当然だろうからな。
四季家の件の犯人は。
もちろん探している。四季家を陥れるなど許されることはないからな。そこは二らを、ひいてはこの流星を信じてもらいたい。不満か、それとも不安なのか、わかるぞ。盗まれたのではなく、貴様らが用いたのかもしれんからな。
そんなことはありません。
Once again, Madoka bowed her head. She didn't want to see his face, nor let him see hers. Her gaze fell to the floor. She focused on suppressing her emotions.
そうか。ならいいが、うかつなことは言わない方がいいぞ。市倉はもう先行きが細すぎる。嫁いできたとはいえ貴様くらいしか残っていないのだから、その身の使い道を考えた方がまだしも幸いというものだ。違うか？
はい。
Again, Ryusei cackle echoed throughout the room. I'm going to enjoy him dying. Madoka resisted the urge to tear her ears off. She was disgusted. She felt pure and absolute revulsion. Adding to that was a sense of unease and guilt. What was going to happen to Nanawa Island now, and what of the Shiki family? The thought that the Ichikora family was responsible for House Shiki's downfall was strongly ingrained in Madoka.
まあ使ってもらえるあてがなければ言うがいい。繰り返しになるが私が、二らが手当てしてやろう。悪いようにはせんぞ。ん？
その折となれば頼らせていただきます。
While still bowed down, she gritted her teeth so hard that they could crack. Why is this so unbearable, so painful? I'm merely married into the family as an outsider. I have no blood relations to the Ichikora family. Despite that, feeling of shame and remorse continued to gush forth from within her heart, without any sign of ceasing. Was she trying to escape from reality as she continued wondering why?
まあいい、頭を上げてくれ。 いい気分ではあるが、このままでは話もできん。
まだ何か？
ある。七名家の頭として、これは外せん。
Madoka looked up only to gauge Ryusei's mood, but she saw that he was glaring harshly at Yasaka Io.
イオ殿。いや、八坂殿とお呼びした方が良いか？
どうとでもお呼びください。二良様。
Io graciously responded with a smile so cool that it almost felt refreshing. Her attitude made it clear that she had no intention of bowing.
随分と傲岸不遜な態度だな。この場は四季家の件に対する話し合いの場だが、貴様らの戦議の場でもあると知っているだろ
はあ、そう申されましても。
Io spoke in a vague, evasive tone. Madoka raised her head. She felt her heart race as she watched the events before her unfold.
う。笑っていればごまかされるなどと思うな。貴様ら八坂は、傑作などと偽って役にも立たぬゴミを四季家に売りつけただろ
う。Yu's smile remained unchanged. Ryusei scoffed as if he had finally caught her in a trap.
もしあの名前を呼ぶのも忌々しいゴミが、貴様らの言う通り最高のものであるのなら、四季家の参上も防げたはずだ。
How was he supposed to stop the box? Honest damn question. How was he supposed to stop that thing?
それすらできずにおめおめと生き残り無様なことこの上ない。無論犯人を突き止め席は負わせるが、貴様らが四季家を侮り、もてあそんだことは免れようのない事実であろ
う。返す言葉もございません。しかし、二良様。
There you go. She's not
どう
wrong.
にかできたとお思いですか？
Point to where she's wrong, chat. She's right. There's nothing he could have done.
そうするのがあのゴミの役目であっただろう。仮にも四季家に婿入りするなら万難を排して当然である。それがこの低たらくではな。最高傑作などと吹聴して高く売りつけた。そう思われても仕方なかろう。さ
Oops. I can go back.
最高傑作などと吹聴して高く売りつけた。そう思われても仕方なかろう。詐欺師の手札だな。
I just want to say that's a really nice thing. I need to do, maybe next time we'll either do some Digimon or we'll do some ReZero. Madoka balled her fist tightly, suppressing her urge to punch him. The box was not the object any human could do anything about. Though he remained unconscious, the fact that Kyaru was still alive was a miracle. The fact that even Kyoko was alive was nothing short of divine intervention as well. He already knows that full well, but he's running his mouth to bring the Yasaka down. He probably intended to leave them unable to respond and then assert his influence. That way he could seize the connection Shiki had with the mainland. Not just that, he's even trying to stand above them. Ryusei wore his heart on his sleeve. His goals were clear for anyone to see. Meanwhile, even though Io was being made the scapegoat for the incident, she simply tilted her head and spoke calmly.
さて、二良様は我らに何をお望みですか？先ほどから責められておりますが、肝心要のところを申し上げていただかなければわかりません。
Point to where she's wrong, chat. The veins seemed to bulge on the side of Ryusei's head. Remember, he doesn't like women talking back to him. Ryusei's choice of words and tone of voice were obviously aimed at making her submissive. However, he was incensed that his efforts seemed to be in vain.
そうだな。正直我々は八坂が四季家を陥れたのではないかと疑っている。 おかしなことではないだろう。八坂の売り払われる先、本土の連中が一計を案じて四季家を滅ぼしあれを奪う。奴らからすればあれが我らの手にあるのが恐ろしいだろうからな。そして八坂は婿を出したが、巻き込まれたという体で被害者面をしてここにいる。
This is an outrageous accusation, but no one here will oppose him. Madoka sighed, pretending she couldn't hear anything while gauging their responses. Both Gosha and Riku seemed taken aback, but Kaizu and Saigusa were straight-faced. She could see the smiles that hid behind their visage.
なるほど。そう疑われても致し方ないでしょうね。
八坂殿、先ほどからふてぶてしいにも程があるぞ。今は貴様らの責任を問うているのだ。
だからかしこまれと言われましても。
Yu tilted her head quizzically, as if she had trouble understanding what he was getting at, but then for the first time she bowed her head.
先ほど申し上げた通り、疑われるのは致し方ないことではあります。が、我らに含むところはありませんので、こちらからどうこうということもありません。
傲岸不遜だな、八坂伊代。
You smiled back as if to reply, I could say those words right back at you. Although it was only slight, Madoka could feel the dark emotions that had welled up within her abate. Everyone in the room apart from Ryusei seemed to be somewhat taken aback.
ああ、一つありました。
最初から言え。それでなんだ。
Ryusei seemed almost ready to fall out of his chair. Yu straightened her posture.
意識不明ではありますが、生き残った八坂九郎に関しては、未だに八坂の最高傑作という扱いは変わりません。したがって、彼の身柄は八坂で預からせていただきます。
は？
今後助かるのか、このまま命を落とすのか、いずれにせよ貴重な奨励となります。今後に生かすためにもこの機会は逃せません。私どもとしては以上です。この場は四季家の件を話し合う場所ですので、本土との交渉についてはまた改めていたしましょう。いかがですか、二良様。
Like an innocent child, Yu cheerfully cocked her head, waiting for a response. Futaro Ryusei stared at Yu, his eyes blinking repeatedly. His mind doesn't work when something unexpected happens. What a buffoon. He thinks that everything will just go as he expects, as if that were only natural. The moment things deviate for his expectations, he is first stunned and then...
その態度はなんだ貴様。
He becomes indignant, not even shred of patience. Pitiful. Such thoughts surfaced as a result of Iyu's words and behavior. Of course, it wasn't just Madoka who thought that. Everyone else in the room shared those sentiments.
貴様ら八坂には責任を負う覚悟もクソもないのか。
そう言われましても、八坂九郎は四季家にもらわれましたので、その時点で八坂とは一旦関係がなくなっております。
ならば貴様らがそれを差し収する必要もあるまい。カズイがあのゴミを欲しがっているのだ。奴がすでに四季家のものだというのならこちらに譲れ。
いえいえ、式は終わっていませんでしたので、まだ四季家の身内ではありませんでしょう。ならば、拾ったもの勝ちということで。
その理屈が通るなら、奴を産んだ八坂に罪があると言われても仕方ないな。
さて、どうでしょう。疑われても仕方がないのは確かですが、産んだ。
You fell deep into thought. Ryusei's face twisted, wondering what sort of excuse she would use this time. Eventually, a smile bloomed on her face.
苦労はとても素晴らしいものです。それに我らの陰謀と疑われているのでしょう。ならば苦労は下手人ではないではありませんか。
Alright guys, I'd love to continue this, but it is very late, so we will continue this argument next time and see if EU wins. Thank you guys. Welcome back to Me No Dollhouse of Opera. Let's jump back.
それに我らの陰謀と疑われているのでしょう。ならば苦労は下手人ではないではありませんか。いわば巻き込まれた哀れなものへ二良様はご無体な要求をされるのですか。
あんなゴミを四季家に使わせ、七名家を侮りもてあそんだ咎を問うているのだ。責任逃れもいい加減にしろ。言っておくが、これ以上引き延ばして堂々巡りになるのは極めて不快だ。よく考えてものを言え。
それはこちらも望むところです。しかし申し訳ありませんが、咎を問われましても我らがそれを感じていない以上償おうという考えも出てきません。
She tilted her head again, puzzled. Ryusei was shaking and seething with anger, his eyes bloodshot. What could Iodono be thinking? Was she trying to settle things peacefully? She seemed to be provoking Ryusei far too much for that. It didn't seem that logical reasoning would work with the Futara as they were now. After having done all this, he was liable to demand something unthinkable or impossible. That was why even Ryusei couldn't understand. He could only remain indignant. Normally, one would have prostrated themselves, coming up with excuses and hoping for more lenient judgment. Even Iodono is a Yasaka. Their very existence was an enigma to ordinary people. The thought of a monster surpassed common sense. Ryusei took a long, deep breath and calmed himself down. He was aware that he was being toyed with, and that vexed him greatly. It's picking up the game. Oh, okay, sorry. Wrong button. The Futara had to be the ones in charge of the conversation, or so he believed. It was certainly his duty as well. How unsightly and pitiful. Though he himself didn't realize it, even Kazui and Segusa were mocking such an unreliable successor from the shadows. Gosha and Riku seemed to be more anxious than anything. Meanwhile, Ichikura, she merely relished in Ryusei's displeasure.
ならば、こちらの望むところを申し伝える。それでいいな。
はい、なんなりと。
Futara Ryusei flashed a prideful, unsightly smile.
あのゴミの除名を願うなら、この島に留めることは許さん。四季家のことを考えれば甚だ不愉快だ。これは二良だけではなく七名家、ひいては七原島の住人の総意と心得よ。さらに八坂には、あのゴミを傑作などと偽り四季家に下ろした責任を取ってもらう。八坂殿。
With a silent glint in his eyes, he brandished a smile at Io.
腹を切れ。貴様の命一つで八坂への権威が晴れ、愛しい最高傑作が残るのだから、安いものだろ
う。かしこまりました。
Ryusei's face froze. The same went for Kaizu's, Sagusa's, and everyone else's. Io dono! Madoka bit down on her lip, suppressing her heart's urge to scream. Was this your intention all along? Only Io herself knew the answer to that. Yasaka Io scrutinized each and everyone's face, satisfied. All who met her eyes flinched from the pressure. They saw how dead serious she was, despite how matter-of-factly she spoke. Futaruse himself was still petrified, unable to find the words to speak.
しかし、腹を切るのは不安がありますね。
そうか?
Ryusei's voice was a mumble, twinged with relief.
はい。私もまた八坂ですから、たかだか腹を切っただけでは不安が残るでしょう。かといって今から正式な場を用意して解釈も頼んで、それだけの時間を与えれば死を偽ることなどいくらでもできます。
Ryusei's eyes grew wide. He realized that Io had no intention of going back on her word. She spun sentence after sentence, leaving him to brood.
しかし、それでは皆様に疑念が残ります。ひいては苦労の身の安全にも関わる。それは私にとってもうまくありません。
Offering a smile, she tapped her own neck.
ここは切腹ではなく、斬首と参りましょう。
Oh! You traced around her neck before drawing her hand away. Oh dear. Suddenly, she was gripping a wakizashi in her hand, positioned perfectly behind her neck.
待たれよ、八坂九郎の体は。
無駄だよ。黙っておきな。
Ryusei gasps. Kazui Yukio raised his voice, but was silenced by Sagusa Renge. Both Gosha and Rikuga were frozen. Ichikora Madoka could only stare at the blade, its length running 1 shaku and 5 sun, about 45 centimeters. There was no stopping her.
二良様、もう一度確認いたします。この身をもって四季家の剣の嫌疑を晴らし、苦労は当該へと流す。よろしいですね。
Ryusei broke off a stare. He looked around, bewildered. However, Kazui, Sagusa, and everyone else from the noble houses looked away. Madoka met his gaze as she could only shake her head. There's no stopping her. This brat wants to do something, but he made a mistake. Because he wanted to have the limelight all to himself, there was no one else from the Futara present. Well, he could certainly throw his weight around with the representatives of the other family. There was no one to offer him advice, no one to give him aid. But perhaps that was all set up by Io herself.
良いですね。
わかった。
With bated breath, Ryusei finally nodded, or perhaps you made him nod.
よかった。
Yu smiled gently. She seemed genuinely relieved.
二人様。
Yu gave thanks, without even glancing at Madoka, whose shoulders it fell on to take care of Kyoko. She plunged the blade into her neck. However, Madoka already understood the duty that was entrusted to her. Ooh, that sound effect. Blood spewed from the wound. Even more blood was regurgitated, which flowed from her lips. Leaving the tip where it was, Yu turned the blade to cut her throat in two. She did it slowly, deliberately. The flow of blood rushed down the skin of her small frame like a waterfall. Or perhaps it was better to compare it to a water gun. Everything around Yu was dyed blood red. Apart from Madoka, everyone scowled at the raw stench that clung to their noses. Madoka, however, breathed deeply, filling her lungs. It was a thick odor that smelled of affection. Med would never understand, she thought to herself. Yu died for the sake of one man. Madoka opened her eyes wide, not wanting to miss anything. Her heart raced. Because he was like a son. Did she love him as a man, or because he was the embodiment of her experiments? Madoka couldn't tell. All she knew was the depths of her passion for him. It was scary, truly frightening. I'm so jealous. Madoka muttered to herself mentally. She felt something that had been vague until now fall right into place in her heart. Even though Yu wasn't looking at her, it felt as if she chuckled at her for that. Wailing like a beast gone mad, Yu poured even more strength into her arm. The blade had already gone through most of her throat, leaving only bone and sinew. There was a strange creaking sound. The knife had seemed dull up until now. But even that seemed to be a lie, as it passed right through to the other side. Thud, Io's head fell to the floor, lying before her body. Nice. No one said a word, Ryusei especially. The color drained from his face. The head rolled about. How wonderful. Madoka was still giddy from the turbulent emotions that she was going through. She felt uplifted, and she knew. Even now, Yu's body was still a veritable fountain of red, the puddle of blood soaked into the floor, staining it. Roll, 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 the head came to a stop. Futaro Ryusei gasped. Yu's eyes stared right back at Ryusei. She had a thin, cool smile on her face. Ryusei recoiled from the shock. He crawled on all fours and scurried out of the room.
待ってくれ、私も行く。
Following Ryusei's exit, Kazui Yukio left the room as well. The only reason he hadn't lost his nerve was likely due to the composure he gained over the years. Yeah, no, that shit is haunted.
やれやれ。私も失礼させてもらうよ。まどかさん、うちに助けてほしけりゃ、いつでもいいな。
Renge didn't show any bewilderment. She looked down at Madoka, offering her some kind words before leaving. The Ichikura family had lost its head and had no children. With only a woman remaining, that left the Sagusa the room to offer a helping hand. Jesus, it's still going.
私も失礼する。私もだ。まどか殿、息災でな。
Both Gosha and Riku, I was just going to say Riku, exited the room, amicably leaving only Madoka. Immediately, Yasaka Io's head stopped cackling. Even as Madoka stared at it, it didn't move. The rest of her body as well as the jets of blood that spewed from it slowly lost strength. Even though this is the Futara estate, how strange. They likely heard the loud laughter and couldn't find it in themselves to come inside. Or perhaps they were waiting until everyone inside the room had left. But what to do? What do I do now? I can't just leave Iuduno's head and body here. There was no one else around to help Madoka. The Sagusas were out of the question. They were the ones who had killed Ichikura Tori. They offered her such sweet words despite knowing full well what happened. It was as if they had said to her, it must be a relief now that there are no more men. I will never forgive them. Ichikura Madoka had no power. Now that Tori was gone, all that was left for her was the Ichikura name, but that alone was still enough to earn the villagers' admiration. If she were to teach them ways of warding off insects and diseases from the fields, the compensation would be enough to let her live on. What should she do now? You showed her the way through how she died, as well as through the passion she had in her adoration for Kyaru. The feelings she had for Ichikura Toru were not just a vague maybe. Though he was weak and sickly, he was also honorable and kind. She knew now that she loved her husband more than anything in the world, and even more than herself. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed as a couple in this small world. She had a child, and she lost that child. She understood it was because of the relationship the Ichikura had with the box. Though Tori didn't say anything, if Madoka said that she was leaving the house, he would have consented. And because she knew that, she said nothing. He grew depressed and weak. He carried the responsibility of House Ichikura on his shoulders, and she wanted to be with him. So she was. Why had those feelings gone hazy? Why had they become so clear now that he was gone? She knew why, too. It was fine, even if they weren't set in stone. They were conveyed between just the two of them. But now it's just me. Unless she clearly expressed those emotions, they would crack. She would lose sight of the affection she had held. Absolutely not. I would hate that. That was why Madoka would do whatever it took to remain the wife of her late husband. If the Shiki family died because of the box, the responsibility for that fell on her shoulders as well, as Ichikura Tori's wife. It was clear transgression. It was a... Try that again. It was a... It was a clear transgression and her sin to bear. She had to accept the heavy punishment. No, that's not right. Madoka shook her head. She approached Io's head and caressed her smooth cheek. I want to appreciate it. I want to be punished. By doing so, I can be by his side. Surely Io died for such a reason too. Suddenly, she noticed the silhouette of people in front of her. Not only that, but there were 3 of them in the room, having appeared without a sound. Madoka thought to look up, but stopped midway. She could see the fingertips of a man in front of her. They were by his knees. An atypical body. Are they Yasaka?
まどか様、お世話になりました。先生の最後を見届けていただき、ありがとうございます。
It was a courteous, alluring voice. He picked up Io's head delicately before her very eyes. The other 2 were also carrying Io's body.
八坂はこれからどうするのですか？
先生を葬り、苦労とともに島を出ます。奴を病院に預けて仕事をせねばなりません。
当てがあるのならよかった。どうか息災であられますように。
Madoka bowed her head. She could sense that they did the same. They had a gentle demeanor and a respectful air about them.
京子様のことはよろしくお願いいたします。八坂の里は放棄しますが、連絡のつては用意しておきますゆえ、気急の事態があれば何なりと申し付けください。
なるべく使わないようにしますね。そちらの方が八坂にも都合が良いでしょうし。
ご配慮ありがとうございます。
いいえ。あなたたちこそ九郎さんを決して死なせないようにしてね。
はい。
お願いよ。
Madoka's voice was loaded with a great deal of force. While the Yasakas were a little wide-eyed, they quickly vanished from the room. Madoka straightened her back and surveyed the now blood-stained room. She could feel that both of her mind and body had been reinforced. Future, Futara, Kazui, and Segusa. I'm going to make them pay by any means necessary. It went without saying that she had to make amends to the Shiki, but there was no reason she couldn't have her revenge as well. As long as Kyoko-chan is alive, that'll be the weakness for them. The same goes for Kyaru-san. Maybe Kyoko-chan herself won't wish for revenge. Kyaru-san might leave the island with her, if she desired. That in itself was a wonderful thing, she thought. It could wash away the sins of the Ichikora, if even only a little. But if they felt the same as Madoka did, then what would be wonderful in its own right? I must protect Kyoko-chan. That was the duty of the Ichikora family, as well as Madoka's own wish.
それにしても。
She surveyed the room again. Still, no one had returned. Madoka sighed. How worthless are you, Futara say. You kept dwelling on the same thing. None of your demands were answered. And when the discussion went in circles, you lost your temper. Is he not even aware of it? I suppose not. At the very least, House Futara's reign wouldn't be a competent one. The very thought of it drew a smile upon Madoka's face. And that's where we'll leave it. We'll see you guys next time for more. Thank you for joining me. Welcome back to Dollhouse of Offerings. He still didn't know the name of the emotion, but before being defeated by the box, had he thought this way about Kyoko? Wrong button. Or maybe the feeling had grown because of their desperation. He was aware that this was what people recognize as love, and that it was too much for him to handle. Having said that, being separated hadn't been a good thing. Judging by Kyoko's state when they reunited, it was clear her time since then had been harsh. Once in a while, Kyoko would mutter like that, the edges of her lips curving into a smile. I'm gonna get a counter for that eventually. It doesn't look like she's remembering that or anything. He felt relief as he continued staring at her. No matter how much time passed, he didn't grow tired of it.
京子ちゃんはずっと意識がはっきりとしない状態が続いていました。ふらふらと歩き回ったと思えば、突然叫んで転がり出したり、食事も私が介助して食べていたの。多分、目は覚めていても、あの日からの記憶は定かじゃないと思うわ。そんな中でも、あなたのことだけを思っていたみたいでね。
Kyaru recalled what Madoka had told him as his eyes wandered about. Piles of papers were all over the room. Some were covered in proper writing, while others had nothing but incoherent scribbles. He picked up one of the bundles and skimmed through it, spotting his name once in a while written in sloppy handwriting. There was also many wrinkled papers, having been crumpled and straightened back out. It gave him a glimpse of the chaos in Kyoko's head. Inside her addled mind, she wanted to see Kyaru writing it down as she crushed herself in self-absentment. The reason that hadn't broken her was because she had no intention of denying it. Tears and blood had soaked into the wrinkled sheets. Kyoko can no longer have children. Is that why she held back in consideration of me? Kyaru shook his head and sighed. He had no need for children. But Kyoko wanted them. She believed it was her role as a woman, and Kyaru knew this. He never thought of trying to change her perspective. It didn't matter if she was fixated on having children. Kyoko was still Kyoko. If she wished for it, then he wanted to grant her desires. A doctor might be able to do something about it. Unfortunately, Kyaru was only capable of killing, so he couldn't do anything about it himself. All he was capable of was staying by Kyoko's side. He could tell from Kyoko's breathing that she was waking up. It was just past noon. Kyoko got up from her futon, rubbing her eyes with the sleeve of her kimono. After letting out a small yawn, she stretched. Kyaru had missed the smell wafting over his way, putting him in a good mood.
Ohayo. 気分はどうだ?
Kyoko squinted, and after staring at Kyaru after a while, she broke into a smile. She then crept towards him with vigor and dove into his chest.
Kuro-san. Kuro-san. 会いたい。会いたい。こうして。クロウさんの体あったかい。
She stayed glued to him and stared, nuzzling his chest. It tickled, but it also was adorable. Kyoko sure is cute.
クロシャンの体、おっきくて、好き好き、ショッキ
She went insane. Kiaru felt her warmth across his body as he embraced her. She was the same weight as before, but her physique had changed somewhat. She was more womanly, and he savored that.
抱きしめてくれた。やっぱりクロウさん、優しい。夢じゃないみたい。
Tears formed in the corner of her eyes as she muttered with all of her heart.
ごめんなさい、クロウさん。私、子供が産めなくなってしまいました。中身が壊れた、ただのゴミです。こんな私じゃ、釣り合いませんよね。それなのに、でも、好きだって、あなたへの愛情ばっかり強くなって、ごめんなさい。
Thank you, Windows 11. Keep being you.
私なんかじゃなくて、可愛くて、綺麗で、子供の産める、ちゃんとした女の人と一緒になって。
She finally broke into tears, and Kiaru rubbed her back to comfort her, which brought a slight laugh to her lips.
クロウさんの大きい手、夢でも嬉しいです。ダメですね。諦めないと。
Kyoko smiles as she spilled more tears, and she moved her hand up from Kiaru's chest to stroke the back of his neck. He found the cold sensation precious as his smile deepened.
もう産めなくなってしまったので、ゴミ、馬爪ですね。石に女って書いて馬爪。重くてごめんなさい。産めなくてごめんなさい。でも、こうして夢に見るのは許してください。ずっと愛しています。もう夢でも子供なんてできないけれど、好きでいさせてください。お願いします。
Even in a dream, she awkwardly sought forgiveness. The sight of her timid devotion, pushing aside everything to give her heart to him, was so very...
変わっていないのに謝る必要があるのか？
クロウさん？
俺が思っていた京子と全く変わっていないじゃないか。馬詰めだからどうしたんだ？ 愛情が重いと京子は言うが、俺にはその中身がよくわからない以上、その傾聴もわからない。ただ、ずっと思い続けてくれたことが、素直に嬉しいだけだ。
Kyoko's cheeks flushed. She tried to back off, but Kiaru pulled her back in and looked into her eyes.
俺の方こそすまない。長い間、待たせてしまった。
Kyoko froze and blinked several times. Kiaru smiled in amusement and then pressed his forehead against hers.
夢でしょよね。でもこれ、クロさんの、あれ
As Kyoko finally started to come to her senses, he gave her a light kiss. Her lips were rather cold, but he could still feel the warmth behind them. We broke her.
まだ、信じられないか？
はい。
She muttered quietly and feverishly, her eyes now properly focused. Even so, she found it hard to believe.
だって、クロさんが戻ってくる理由がありません。私はもう壊れてしまったのに、こんな馬詰めのゴミのところにいちゃいけないのに。
それは、京子の決めることじゃないな。それとも、俺がいると迷惑か
？Kyoko held her tongue indecisively for a moment. She looked like she was holding back something she shouldn't say. Kiaru wrapped his hands around her head and pulled her in. He brought her lips closer once more.
嬉しい。
Kyoko mumbled quietly, their lips just on the fringe of touching. Seeing her act like a little bird, Kiaru pressed his lips against hers without reservation and stuck his tongue in. Kiara's tongue crawled around her bewildered mouth, licking its warm interior. The tip of her tongue trembled at first contact, but he forcefully tangled it with his own. He kept twirling around her tongue, saliva gushing all the while. Kyoko started matching his movements, swallowing between short breaths. Her bewildered eyes quickly melted into a feverish daze. With no intention of letting her go, Kiaru kept one hand on the back of her head and used the other to pull her in tight by the waist. She didn't let a single drop of saliva spill from her mouth, making her best effort to gulp every bit down. The undulation he felt from her throat, one that she probably wasn't even aware of, was even so alluring. Ever so. I can read. Trying to get her to feel his presence even more, Kyaru put more force behind his tongue. Kyoko's eyes shot open in surprise before assertively responding in kind. It's so warm inside her. All of her reactions are kind of childish. It's adorable. He savored her awkward movements and continued to give her still innocent mouth more love. Kyaru started tracing her gums, as if running away from her tongue. His keen sense relayed every last detail of their rugged and well-lined shape. It's my first time being so thorough with her mouth, huh? Kyoko shivered from the unfamiliar sensations surrounding herself to the pleasure with joy. And yet the way she tried to use her lonely tongue had this innocent air to it. Kyoko pushed her lips against him impatiently. She lured his manly tongue deeper into her mouth, capturing it successfully with her own. Kyaru started to run away again, tracing the roof of her mouth now. There is someone that gets off to this. Seizing the moment in which he swallowed the accumulated saliva, Kyaru slipped his tongue under hers and started tracing the bottom of her mouth. Ew. Kyaru crawled his tongue close against its smooth surface, and Kyoko's modest eyelashes quivered. She resisted for a moment, but Kyoko quickly relaxed her entire body. Kyaru supported her limp figure as he continued prodding the inside of her mouth. Kyoko had surrendered completely, and Kyaru slowly pulled his lips away, a thread of sticky saliva linking them. Kyoko wiped her lips with her willowy fingertops, her cold skin flushed red. Glimmering saliva clung to her lips, shining as if she had just put on lipstick.
気持ちよくできなくて。
京子は気持ちよかった？
Kyoko's lips wriggled about, and after showing signs of checking the place he'd stimulated in her mouth, her gaze fell to the floor.
気持ちよくしていただきました。私がしたいのに、あんないやらしいこと、クロさんがしてくれて。
Her face turned even redder as she muttered her confession. She remained the same as she was before, bringing an unexpected smile to Kiaru's lips.
それで、京子。
He supported her limp body and half pushed her down on the futon.
これが夢か現実か、ちゃんと区別はついたか？
はい。
Kyoko paused for a moment, but she responded clearly. He could see mixed feelings in her eyes, but deep inside, it was the same light of joy she had in the past. After verifying that, Kiaru nodded and laid her down on the futon, and that's where we're going to leave it. So I'll see you guys next time. I know I'm a tease. Have a great day, everybody, and don't forget to check out my other channels, Sinfully Pure and Cenobite Unicorn, and my Patreon and Subscribestar. Bye, guys. Welcome back to Dollhouse of Offerings. Kyoko opened her eyes to darkness. Taking a look at the high window, she could see it was night. She quietly rolled to the side, faintly seeing a figure there. The next morning, Kiaru accompanied Kyoko in looking around the village. Madoka wasn't around, but if Kyoko wanted to go outside, he couldn't say no. He also needed to investigate what had changed about the village that he once knew. Regardless of what they were planning to do, he had to make sure, otherwise it was possible that they'd end up running into an unforeseen accident. If the guys from the mainland are coming back to attack, then we won't have much time.
あまり変わらないものですね。クロウさんはどう思いますか？
But it depends on what Kyoko wants to do. Karu shrugged in response and took the lead as they walked. It was easy for him to move about unnoticed, and he could deal with having one or two others with him.
もしかして、私が外に出たいと言ったこと、怒っていますか？
いいや、別に。
なら、よかったです。
Kyoko clasped her hands together in joy, even though Kiaru had simply stated a fact. The gesture was so dazzling and adorable that Kiaru scratched his cheek.
俺は京子と一緒ならそれでいい。
はい、私もです。クロ、気を使って言っていただかなくても伝わっていますから安心してください。
そうだな。
そうです。子供も作れない馬詰めにはそんな資格もないと分かっていますが、それでもです。
Kyoko's expression turned gloomy. Kiaru pondered on it. He realized that she would probably spend the rest of her life abasing herself for it. It was a huge shadow, a huge stigma. Because Kiaru didn't care about it at all, he didn't know how to resolve the issue.
そうだな。それでも、俺の嫁は京子だ。
The very least he could do, he thought, was to reaffirm her as often as he could so she could build some self-esteem.
はい、ありがとうございます。
He felt sick at how worthless he was. His was an answer with little certainty that couldn't be called a solution. It wasn't on level of first aid. It was more like just licking her wounds.
クロウさん？
なんでもない。行こう。
Kiara resumed walking. Though Kyoko said that barely anything had changed, just a bit of observation unearthed quite a few changes. Just a glance he could tell that the fields had expanded, the village's attire and tools had improved. In other words, they had more money than before. Have the farmers' incomes increased? If so, something else must have decreased in proportion. The Futara had taken over control of the village from the Shiki, but it had only been a few years. Kiaru couldn't imagine that the changes could have been that drastic. He did, however, hear of Futara Ryusei's behavior from Ichikura Madoka. Judging by his foolish behavior from when they last met, he probably laid down some heavy-handed reforms. Speaking of heavy-handed, if relations with the mainland had gotten worse because of the Futara, then communication with them had probably degraded. In other words, trade with the outside was decreasing. Naturally, that meant the amount of food that came in and out had also decreased. In that case, they would have become increasingly dependent on the local farmers for food, which certainly explain their increase in income.
変わらないと言いましたが、身なりが良くなっていますね。本土との関係が悪化したのが理由でしょうか。
It seemed that Kyoko came to the same conclusion. Kyaru nodded. The two gave a hard-working villagers a passing glance as they proceeded onward.
だとすると商店の類は苦しんでいるかもしれないな。ああ、それと気をつけろ。
何か？
Kyaru gestured his gaze. There was a man with inhuman-looking eyes watching the villagers as they worked. He was oblivious to Karu and Kyoko and didn't even flinch.
荒事を手段にしているやつだ。隠そうともしていないから背格好でわかる。
物騒ですね。監視でしょうか。
それにしてはやる気がないというか意志が感じられないな。監視にしては抜けすぎているし、同じようなやつをここへ来るまでに3人見た。
おかしなこと。あれもふたらの手配でしょうか。
わからんが、特に警戒すべき相手じゃないな。俺たちにも気づいていない。見破れないということだ。
クロウさんが相手では敵がかわいそうになりますね。
敵は殺すだけだから別にかわいそうじゃないが。何かおかしかったか？
いいえ、クロウさんはこういう人でしたと思い出して安心しているんです。
かわいそうと。一応外面だけでも思った方がいいか？
クロウさんそういうのあまり上手ではないでしょ？
もっと根本的に解決した方が早いと判断してしまうな。
根こそぎですね。
その通りだ。
Kyaru and Kyoko exchanged looks and offered smiles to one another. I see, I guess I am this kind of person, and Kyoko is how she is as well. Assurance is crucial, Kyaru thought to himself. As he walked with Kyoko, he felt a subtle unease. Something strange. It's not my eyes or my ears. My nose? Is it the smell of something? He focused his attention on his senses. The air was certainly different than before. The smell of blood or corpses faintly wafted in the air. It wasn't just this area either. It had been that way since he arrived on Nanawa Island. In other words, it wasn't just something particular to this location, but on a scale large enough that it affected the whole island. It isn't that strong, though, only very slight. Quite a sloppy job if they're trying to cover it up. Killers. But the Yasaka have already left the island. They should have dealt with Sensei's experiment workshop already, which means that one of the 7 noble houses is conducting killings. Regardless, someone was up to no good. That, on top of the issue with the mainland and those suspicious men, it seemed that Nanawa Island was in a precarious situation.
クロウさん、 あちらです。
Tugged along by Kyoko, the two of them proceeded to where she wanted to go. He wasn't sure where, but he was merely tagging along. They arrived at a place that he could never forget. This is where Kiaru had confessed his feelings to Kyoko that day. Aww. I love you. He was certain that he said that to her.
良い空気ですね、クロさん。
そうだな。いい場所だ。
He answered Kyoko, overlooking the whole village with a bird's eye view. There was a kind of shadow cast over the village ever since the Futara took control. It seemed to be plagued with troubles. Not that there weren't any during House Shiki's time, but fewer of them came to light. In comparison, the reign of House Futara seemed crude and inept. Well, perhaps not. The Shiki underestimated a hidden problem, and they were all killed, leaving just Kyoko behind. Here, the problems are clear as day. This might be better in comparison. While he pondered those thoughts, he compared the locations of buildings to his memories, correcting and updating them as needed. Are soldiers coming from the mainland going to burn this village to the ground, or will they get away with just the 7 noble houses being expunged? Whichever way it went, Kyoko was the only one important to Kiaru. Everything centered around her wishes.
クロさん。
He directed her gaze to Kyoko. She stood before him, her head in the clouds.
ああ、俺は京子を愛している。相変わらず、これが本当に愛なのかわからないが、そうなのだろうという自覚がある。だからおおむね、昨夜のマグワイと同程度か、それ以上には、愛していると思ってくれ。
さん、先に言うのは卑怯ですよ。私、何も言えなくなってしまいました。
俺にしてみれば、馬詰めがどうしたって感じだが。
ええ、そうでしょうね。クロウさんがそう思ってくださっているのは知っています。でも、だからこそ、私は。
Kyoko sank into silence. 10 or so minutes passed as she stood, feeling the wind against her.
子供が欲しいのか？
はい。
She answered in a voice that seemed to fade away. He didn't want to hear her speak like that. All the time he wanted to do something for her.
たとえ生まれたとしても、俺は子供を愛せないぞ。そういうものに興味がない。
クロウさんはそう言いますが、案外生まれてしまえば可愛くなると思いますよ。意外と小煩悩な気がします。
そうか。なら、いい塩梅に落ち着くのかもしれないな。
いいえ、きっと必ず幸せになりますよ。女でも男でも温かい家庭を築きましょ
う。いい意気込みだ。
そうでしょ？だからクロウさんもやる気を出してください。嫁にだけやらせるのは不公平ですよ。
夫に強制するのは無駄な努力じゃないのか？
そうかもしれませんが、クロウさんはちゃんとしてくれるでしょ？
どうだろうな。俺にはわからないことが多すぎる。家庭、夫婦、何でもだ。
だから一緒に家族になっていけばいいと言いましたね。
今振り返っても良案だな。 否定するところがない。
そうでしょう、そうでしょう。だから私と一緒にここにいるんですから。クロウさんには幸せな家族を築いてもらわなければ。
Kyoko's voice faded into a hushed whisper. Her cheerfulness turned sullen. She looked apologetic. It was an expression that Kiaru didn't want to see.
欲しがるのはいいが、当てはあるのか？
あります。
Kyoko spoke with conviction and Kiaru nodded.
なら、そうしよ
クロウさんならそう言ってくれると思っていました。
う。だったら、もっと自信を持ってくれ。そんな暗い顔をするな。子作りなんて、辛気臭くするもんじゃないだろう。
そんなに暗かったですか？
Perhaps even Kyoko hadn't been aware. She was in utter dismay at herself. Her one remaining eye was wide open in surprise and consternation.
暗い。めちゃくちゃ暗い。まぐわっている最中も忙しかったぞ。前から情緒不安定だったが、それが暗い方向に入ってる。
そんな。確かにクロウさんには申し訳ないと思いますし、ゴミ同然の馬詰めに付き合わせて到底許されることではないと。
それだぞ、京子。
Having returned to her senses, Kyoko gasped and stepped forward.
だって思ってしまうのは仕方ないじゃありませんか。私はクロウさんを愛していますから、何よりも優先するのはあなたの幸せです。そんなあなたが私なんかにかかずらって良いことがあるとは到底思えません。全く本意ではありませんが、それでも昨夜激しく抱かれたり、私のところに来てくれるのは嬉しいので、クロウさんを嫌いになったなどと勘違いしないでくださいね。
言ってることがぐちゃぐちゃだけど、京子は頻繁にそうなるからな。お前らしくて安心するよ。
Perhaps more than one occasion came to mind. As Kyoko blushed at a loss for words. Kiaru couldn't help but smile at her for that.
俺はお前が望むなら、何だって付き合ってやる。子供を作るために必要なら、夫が協力するのは当然だからな。
For a moment, Kyoko bit her lip in hesitation. Eventually, her expression brightened up and she hugged Kiaru.
では、付き合ってもらいます。私とクロウさんの子作りですよ。真剣にやってくださいね。
任せろ。俺は真剣じゃないことの方が少ないからな。
もちろん知っています。念のためですよ。
Kyoko chuckled. Her laugh was one he'd seen before, but more grown up. He couldn't help but be aware that she was a woman when she clung so closely to him that an expression like that.
クロウさん、大きくなってますよ。
好きな女に抱きつかれたんだから仕方ないだろう。
そうですね。クロウさんは私の夫で大好きですものね。それは仕方ありません。
京子。
はい。
馬詰めだとか卑下してるよりそっちの方がいいぞ。
いいとは。
好みってことだな。暗くても嫌いにはならない。京子なら何でも好きだが、
より好きってことだ。
Kyoko parted from him with an awkward motion, crouching down while covering her face.
難しいですが、落ち込まないよう気をつけます。クロウさんによりよく愛していただけるように。
俺も支えるから頑張ろうな。
Kyoko nodded again and again. Kiaru helped her to her feet and rubbed her back, so they began walking again.
詳しい話は座敷牢に戻ってからしましょう。まどかさんにも話しておきたいですから。
わかった。
Kiaru initiated what intuited that it wasn't something that they could do off the island. No matter what Kyoko wanted, he would fulfill it without hesitation. Kiaru had the strength and the resolve to do so. She's gonna kill someone. But we will find out later what it was.
あなたが行方をくらませたことは、七名家の誰も知らなかったわ。
So I'll see you guys next time. Don't forget to check out my other channels, Sinfully Pure and Cenobite Unicorn, along with my Patreon and Subscribe Star. Have a great day, everybody. Bye. Welcome back to Nino Hakoniwa, Dollhouse of Offerings.
クロウさん、あなたが行方をくらませたことは、七名家の誰も知らなかったわ。
By the time they made it back to the Ichikora house, Madoka had already returned as well. Once they moved to the underground confinement room, Madoka started the conversation.
探りを入れてきてくれたんですか？
ええ。だって、それ次第でこの島からの出て行き方も変わってくるでしょ？
確かにそうですが。
Kaoru was at a loss for words. He looked to Kyoko, who flashed a smile.
まどかさん、私たちは出て行きませんよ。
京子ちゃん？
だって、クロウさんと一緒に子供を作らなくちゃいけませんから、ここを出たらそれも叶わないでしょ？
クロウさん。
After everything that had happened to Kyoko up until now, Madoka seemed to be quietly asking for an explanation, but Kiaru shook his head.
俺は京子のやりたいことを手伝う。元からそうだが、さっき改めて決めてきた。
まどかさん、小鳥箱はどこですか？
The moment Kyoko spoke those words, an ominous wind howled. It blew not from the skylight, but from the underground itself. The chilly gusts seemed to cling to their skin. Even Kiaru shivered at the sensation. Madoka seemed to have felt the same as her gaze darted back and forth. Kiaru had already heard from Madoka about its whereabouts. Putting aside the fact that the Ichikora had been the one safeguarding it, he wasn't inclined to tell Kyoko. Perhaps he instinctually didn't want her to get involved.
京子ちゃん、その名前は？
小鳥箱はどこですか？私とクロウさんには小鳥箱が必要なのです。
With each mention of its name, the wind gradually grew in strength. It lingered in the confinement room rather than escaping outward. It wasn't natural, Kiaru thought.
一体、あれを何に？
小鳥箱はどこですか？
Madoka was aghast. Kyoko sulked up to her like a ghost, forcing Madoka back against the wall.
ねえ、小鳥箱はどこですか？知っていますよね。あれを管理していたのは市倉家なんですから。
クロウさん。
クロウさんは関係ありませんよね。私には関係ありますけど、まどかさんには関係ありませんよね。
Kyoko grabbed Madoka's head, turning it so that she faced her. Her one eye was ablaze.
言っておくが、俺は止めさせないからな。
そう決めたし、京子の様子が変だと言われても、彼女が情緒不安定なのはいつものことだ。
クロさんは私のことちゃんと分かってくれていますね。それでまどかさん、小鳥箱はどこですか？
それは。
まさかこの期に及んで渋ったりしませんよね。市倉家が管理していた小鳥箱のせいで私はお腹を失いました。家族もみんな亡くなりました。市倉まどかさん、小鳥箱はどこですか？
With those words, Kyoko fell into silence. She stared at Madoka without blinking or letting her turn her head away.
飛び出していったりしないなら教えてあげるわ。
もちろんです。だってクロさんとの共同作業ですから、二人でちゃんと決めなくちゃいけません。で、小鳥箱はどこですか？
Madoka cleared her throat.
市倉家の手を離れて三枝の管理下にある。本家の奥に安置されたと聞いていたけど、実際は違う場所でしょうね。
わかりました。ありがとうございます。
京子ちゃん、あなたあれを使って何をするつもり？クロさんと一緒に復讐でもするの？
Madoka asked Kyoko, who was bowing deeply after letting go of her face.
まどかさん、あんまりごまかさないでください。
Kyoko, who raised her head with a smile filled with hope.
子供を作るに決まってるでしょ？私とクロさんの子供です。誰にも邪魔はさせません。
あなた、それをどこで知ったの？
This time it was Madoka who grabbed hold of Kyoko. Even as Madoka gripped her by the shoulders, Kyoko smiled with a devil-may-care attitude.
どこだっていいじゃないですか。私はただクロさんと私の子供が欲しいんです。だってそうしなくちゃクロさんに答えられません。小鳥箱がいるんです。あれで私は馬詰めじゃなくてちゃんとした女性になるんです。クロさんはこのままでもいいって言ってくれますけど、甘えてばっかりなんて嫌ですもの。
そんなこと許されるわけが。
指揮家を耐えさせたまどかさんが跡継ぎが欲しい私の邪魔をするのですか？
京子。
はい。
Madoka tried to come up with an answer. She looked at Kyaru, perhaps asking for help, but quickly gave up. Madoka fell into silence. From an abrupt realization, she stared vacantly into space, letting go of Kyoko.
そう。決心は固いのね。
大丈夫です。だって私の夫はクロさんですから。
ああ、そうだ。そして俺の嫁は京子だ。
自分から言い出してなんですが、照れますね。でもこれからずっとこうなんですから慣れないと。私はクロさんの嫁、クロさんの嫁。クロさんのお嫁さん。
Kyoko continued blushing, but not because of embarrassment. This was par for the course for her. Yep, she's nuts. Kyaru felt reassured after seeing her reaction. There were still a few things that bothered him, though.
京子、まどかさん、どうしてあれが子供を作るなんてことになるんだ？
どうしてなんでしょう。まどかさん、私にも教えてください。
知ってるんじゃなかったの？
どうしてそうなったのかは知りません。ほら、クロウさんが困ってます。どうぞ。
Urged on by Kyoko, Madoka took a deep breath and began speaking.
あれがもたらされたのはもうだいぶ昔のこと。その頃は七原島ではなく二重島と呼ばれていて、本土からの領主が代官と共に治めていた。その頃の領主は特にひどくて、税の公民の割合は劣悪で、どんどん人が死んでいった。それが限界に達そうとしていた頃、どこからか異形の僧が流れ着いた。
So that's the connection. The island was something different during this time. As Madoka continued telling her story, a chill hung in the once tepid air. It felt like it was freezing. There was a slick, wet sound.
何の気まぐれか、風に苦しむ村人の一人がその異形の僧を拾いかくまった。娘が病に侵されていて、僧の見た目の珍奇さから何かできやしないかと藁にもすがる思いだったとされている。だが異形の僧は医術の心得など持っていなかった。携えていたのは一つの箱だけ。新江島の惨状を知った僧は命を救われた恩返しにと同じように箱を作った。
That was the Katori Bako. Once they acknowledged it, the wind itself seemed to whisper in agreement, though they didn't know whose voice it was.
そうは言った。こうなせる女の小袋をこれに詰めれば、人を呪い殺す箱となる。これが開けば女の腹渡がねじ切れもだえしに、万が一助かったとて子はなせぬ。詰める小袋が多いほどその呪いは強くなる。ただし詰める小袋は7つまで。8つに届けば言葉に表すのもはばかられるほどの恐怖と死が待っている。
Kiaru looked at Kyoko, who was huddling in on herself as if trying to keep warm. Kiaru moved to her side and held her by the shoulders. She sighed and leaned against him. Her skin felt even colder than usual. The sound of the waves was dreadfully cold.
Asa-san.
On the beach, Asa was looking at the sky when the man's voice called him back to earth.
どうしたんですか？ぼーっとして。
あっけねえなって思ったんだよ。
崩れるときはそんなものですよ。
The man holding his own box gave Asa a weary smile as if he had heard the same words spoken countless times before. He was currently seated in a rowboat on the shore. Cold winds blew across the beach. It was fullness of winter. But across Ney Island, he had just learned the name of his island recently. There was great rejoicing. After putting Sen's womb in the box, cold clarity settled upon Asa. After convincing the people of Chinomura, he asked for wombs from 6 other villages. Time for more psychological trauma. So we did learn, since you just came in, this was all in the past. This is how the box was given to the island. Somehow everyone who Asa knew was able to produce one. Each came from a dying daughter. It was all too convenient. With Asa unable to retrieve them in person, the man had gone to take the wombs in his stead.
しかし俺らが爆発寸前だって知ってて貢ぎ物を受け取るかね。
Asa cleared his throat and scoffed. Asa and his comrades, along with the representatives from the other villages, had made an offer to the local daimyo to appease him for the coming year. Their gifts came courtesy of the Outlander, and they were so extravagant that they were enough to arouse suspicion. And among these gifts was the box.
支配者にもいろいろありますが、過酷な役を押し付けるような方は、総じて強欲で臨食です。
出どころを聞き出す気満々だったもんな。祝いの席で捕らえるわけにもいかないとはいえ、あと数日遅れたら拷問されてるところだ。
But things didn't go down that way. On the night of the offering, countless screams erupted from the daimyo's palace. They increased and multiplied by as many governors and ministers as were present. Knowing the circumstances, the villagers holed up in their homes and plugged their ears.
本当はあの木に乗じるはずだったんだが、ありゃ無理だな。金玉まで縮こまっちまった。
朝さんたちは表に出ていましたね。
ああ、他の6人もそうだっただろうよ。
No one could ignore those heart-rending screams. Asa still had Sen's dying face pasted in the back of his mind. For as much as he loved her, so did his heart hurt. It felt like it was being crushed within his chest. His hand shook when he carved her womb out of her, and still his daughter had smiled.
そうでもしなきゃやるせなかったんだよ。
As much as he wanted to exorcise her smile, it remained. The villagers waited until morning before attacking the palace. There they found that the daimyo and his people had died inhuman deaths. Most of the soldiers were dead. The remnants surrendered after seeing the miserable state of their comrades. Asa and the others killed them too, of course, beheaded them, but that was a better way to die. And it all happened 3 days ago.
今本土のやつらが来てるが、まああの死体を見たらそう強くは出られねえだろう。俺らは別に本土をどうにかしたいわけじゃねえ。昔みたいに暮らしたいだけだ。
朝さんは同席せずによろしいのですか？
The Outlander asked. Asa gave a weary smile.
4のやつの方がそういうのには向いてるからな。2のやつがうるさかったからつけてあるし。
でしたら良いのですが。
やらせたやつとしては今後が心配か？
はい。朝さんにはお世話になりました。あなたとセンさんのおかげで私の本懐も遂げられそうです。
The man patted the box he was holding. Within was the 8th womb, the womb of the daughter of the daimyo. The voice of a baby was carried by the wind. Asa teared up. It was a nostalgic sound, reminding him of Sen.
では、行きますね。
The man got in the rowboat. He only had a single oar with him, along with some food. Asa didn't say goodbye. If goodbyes were necessary, the man would have initiated one. Better remain silent if one could afford to. But, above all else, he was afraid of discovering the truth of the sound. What if the man's lips matched his voice? He couldn't help being afraid. Even while they were talking, he felt a chill run down his spine. But, despite it all, he could proudly say that the man was his benefactor and friend.
ありがとうな。名前も知らんやつよ。
Asa finally called out to him. Startled, the man widened his eyes. However, a strange light shone in his gaze, and he smiled with the intensity of the sun. Asa braced himself and pushed the boat out to sea. Rocked by the tide and the waves, it teetered into the open water. The man had only a single oar. His figure shrank and shrank as he moved further, and just when he was about to fade into the horizon, a black something emerged from the rowboat. He could tell that the man had gotten up and started shouting. He was happy, overflowing with love. Good for you, Asa thought. The man held it, embraced it, and then the boat suddenly turned over. Not even a shadow of it was left. Asa stared out into the ocean for a while before finally turning around and walking away. Once negotiations with the mainland succeeded, Ne Island changed its name to Nanawa Island to remember the 7 sacrificed children. The village heads took on numbers as their surnames to continue to watch over the island. However, Madoka heaved a sigh, raising her fingers one by one.
その最初に助けた村人が一蔵として箱を管理するようになった。他の者たちがそれぞれ二良、和井、四季、五社、陸郷、三枝。それが七名家の成り立ちね。
ね、クロウさん。私とクロウさんでできるでしょ？立派な子供を作りましょう。
She's bad shit nuts.
なるほど。
Regardless of whether the story was true or not, considering what the box had done, there was definitely some degree of truth to it. Kyoko trusted in that story and intended to have a child that way. All that, regardless of what would be born from it, or what it would result in. Kyoko wanted to have children with Kyaru. That was her wish. And what would bind the two together.
だとしたら、箱を三枝から奪い、ついでに三枝を一人殺して、その小袋を詰めればいいのか。
もう、クロウさんったら、それじゃあ夫婦の共同作業になりませんよ。二人で汗水流して勤しまなければいけません。
Madoka broke out into a cold sweat, but she looked at Kyoko as if gazing at a sliver of hope. Kyoko continued without paying her any heed.
まず、クロウさんが他の七名家の女性を犯して種汁を注ぎ込みます。
Bitch, you went to the... Wow, you just went all in for this one, didn't you? We knew you were insane, but damn. You're like, yeah, we just gonna go all in. Okay. Alright.
一倉家と四季家を罠にはめて、禁じ手である箱まで使ったのですから、当然の報いですね。
I mean, to be fair, she's right. She right, though. She right. They are also fucking the island up badly.
犯しながら殺していただいて構いませんし、親族の前で恥ずかしめても良いでしょう。
Man, the voice actress got to say that with such cheeriness in her voice.
その後、私が種汁の詰まった小袋を頑張ってえぐり取ります。
We're about to go to the what the fuck territory in this game, aren't we?
それを中身が空の小鳥箱に詰めれば、その中身は実質私とクロウさんの子供でしょ？だって、女の細腕で臓物をえぐるのはとても辛いでしょうから。クロウさんに生け捕りにしてもらって、犯していただきながら私が殺すということも考えましたが。
Damn, she thought this one through.
私が足手まといになること、生け捕りの危険性を考えるとこうなりました。夫婦の共同作業、素晴らしいですよね。
Kyoko asserted herself with a smile reminiscent of the spring sun. Kyaru chewed on Kyoko's proposition and nodded deeply.
わかった。それでいこう。二良、和井、 5社、陸号、三枝で7人足りるといいな。
九郎さんはそれで構わないの？
もちろんだ。俺は京子の望みを叶える。俺たち夫婦が何の気兼ねもなく暮らすために、それは必要なことだ。
奴らを犯すとお願いしてしまいましたが、九郎さんが抱きたくないなら、そう言ってくださいね。
Damn!
また別の手段を考えますから。
At least she's polite about it.
いや、それも心配いらない。
Kyaru bore no resentment toward the 7 noble houses that killed the Shiki family. His heart was not made to hold such negative emotions. The same went for Yasaka Iyo. To him, the Yasaka were nothing but a nest, and Iyo was his teacher. While he understood that he owed her a certain debt of gratitude because she had died for him, he had no desire for revenge against those who killed her. Thus, the positive outcome was his only reason for being so eager with Kyoko's plan.
好きなように犯して、殺していいんだろう。
This is about to get fucked.
そういうやり方は面白そうだし、楽しそうだ。それに、女を好きなように扱うのは気持ちいいからな。
私も好きなようにしてくれていいんですよ。そんな風に言うのもおこがましい馬詰めですが。
京子のことは愛してるから、女っていうより大事な人っていう向きの方が強いかな。だから大事に好きにしてるよ。
ほう、そうですか。いえ、私も九郎さんの気持ちは分かっていますが、はっきり言われると嬉しいです。
After gently combing through Kyoko's hair, Kyaru distanced himself from her and looked at Madoka, who was watching silently.
まどかさん、反対しますか？
ごめんなさい。考え事をしていて。反対はしないわ。
Madoka shook her head and approached Kyoko, taking her hand.
ごめんなさい、京子ちゃん。あなたの言う通り、市倉家は四季家に対して償いきれないほどの借りがあるわ。だから、あれはあなたの好きに使って。
まどかさん、ありがとうございます。
うん。九郎さん。
はい。
今、あれは三枝家が管理しています。けど、もともと管理していた側から言わせてもらえば、本家の奥に安置してあるというのは嘘ね。だって、三枝家は女性ばかりだもの。そこにあれを抱え込めるわけがないでしょ。誰か信頼できる者に任せて隠しているはずよ。
なら、三枝家の上の奴らに片っ端から聞くしかありませんね。
そう割り切っておいた方がいいでしょうね。
た
だ、今の三枝家は、京子ちゃん？
何ですか？
At some point, Kyoko's body began to sway from drowsiness. She rubbed her eyes while yawning.
ずっと変な時間に起きては寝てを繰り返してたから、まだ決まった時間に動くのは慣れていないのね。昨日はずいぶん運動したみたいだし、外にも出て疲れたんじゃない？
そうかもしれません。
なら、中で休んでいなさい。他の七名家の状況は、後で九郎さんに伝えておくわ。
お世話になります。
With an unsteady gait, Kyoko staggered into the confinement room, sank into the futon, and was laid out and quickly fell into slumber. Kiaru was ready to support her if she were to stumble, but it was an unnecessary concern.
クロウさん、あまり京子ちゃんに無理はさせないでね。
そのつもりですが、何か？
頑丈すぎるからクロウさんには分かりにくいと思うけど、京子ちゃんは腹渡の大部分が傷つけられている。直しようもなくて、イオ殿が取り替えたものもたくさんあるの。彼女の体にかかった負担はとてつもなく大きくて、それにずっと座敷牢にいてもらったから体力の回復もできなかった。今日クロウさんと一緒に出たのも私が在宅だったら止めていたわ。
ご忠告ありがとうございます。以後気をつけるようにします。
男女の営みは仕方ないからやめろなんて言わないわ。離れていた分たっぷり仲良くすることね。
気をつけます。
だからいいの。もう変に律儀っていうか、京子ちゃんはそういうところが良かったのかしら。
Madoka breathed a sigh tinged with resignation and made her way to the stairs.
多分京子ちゃんは夜半過ぎまで寝ているわ。さっき言った他の七名家の話は夕げの席でしましょう。できたら呼ぶから変に外をうろつかないでね。
はい。京子と一緒にいます。
So that's where we're going to leave it for right now, and I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for joining me. Check out my other channel, Sinfully Pure and Cenobite Unicorn. Bye. Welcome back to Ni no Hakoniwa. By the way, guys, don't forget to check out my shop where we have awesome limited edition items. Now, to go on to the fucked upness. Madoka smiled, satisfied, and exited back to the surface. After seeing her off, Kiaru moved back to the confinement room and leaned against the wall. Someone please do a counter for that thing. And a child will be born from all that, huh? What would it look like once it was born? Would it be as jet black as those things? Those things were probably what remained of whoever was placed inside of the box. Whatever they were, as long as they didn't harm Kyoko, then that was all that mattered. The rest was easy. The rest was easy with that matter settled. I can read. Compared to him, a mere child was inferior anyway. No meaning, no interest to him. Family and all its relationships were just the same. What did Kyoko think, though? Would she treat it dearly as her child with him, like she said? Or would she already be satisfied having become a woman by making a child? Would she abandon it? He had no intention of condemning her regardless of her decision, so it didn't matter to him. As long as he had her, nothing else mattered. But what if she chose the latter, to abandon the child after making it? There, Kiaru sensed a tightness in his chest. He knew that feeling. It was disgust. He pondered over what caused it. Because it could become an inhuman creature only pretending to be human was the answer he found. Indeed, just like Kiaru himself. No, crazy bitch likes her kid. As he gazed upon Kyoko sleeping peacefully, Kiaru felt deep into thought. Everyone needed something to believe in with unconditional faith. Normally, it would be up to one's parents. Unfortunately, his parents hadn't taught him anything about familial and parental bonds. He killed them. Just saying. Well, he killed one of them. They hadn't left him anything to believe in before they died. However, Kiaru had met Kyoko. He considered that the luckiest thing that ever happened to him. What if, hypothetically, I was taught about family and children? Would I understand? Oh. Mike? I'd only make more like me, but I can't love children. Only Kyoko can. A grave sense of disgust and loathing overcame Kiaru. In his entire life, never had he felt this way. No, he had, but only with himself. The reason why he got away from Kurio Nozomi was because he couldn't bear to live a life filled with self-loathing. Any sort of act that could create something that was mentally analogous to himself was a negative. So sickening and so disgusting that he couldn't imagine himself doing it. This is for Kyoko. If I keep telling myself that, I can probably do it, but she'd notice. What would Kyoko do when she found out? Would she simply live the rest of her life filled with guilt for never having a child? If it was for my sake, she probably would. The opposite was also true. In other words, if Kyoko really were to abandon the child born from all this, it would be a truly troublesome situation. I have no choice but to trust Kyoko. Things that totally won't fuck you in the ass later. With repeated shallow breaths, Kiaru closed his eyes. There was still time before dinner. He cooled his heated thoughts by breathing in the chilly underground air and drifted off to sleep. Night had come. After finishing dinner, Kiaru was brought into a tatami room within the Ichikura house, even though the underground room would have been just a fine setting. It was easy for him to sense anyone spying, and he could see if there were any enemies. Such a large manor for a single person. There weren't even any servants around. Ichikura Madoka alone lived in this house. And though Kyoko wasn't in the most stable state of mind, perhaps she was the only source of life breaking the solitude of this place.
待たせちゃってごめんなさいね。弱みをしていたらついついゆっくりしてしまって。
お気になさらないでください。
Kiaru offered her comforting words and a smile. After bringing him into the room, Madoka left to tidy herself up. Was our discussion something that needed her to be so concerned for her appearance? When it came to that, the box, he couldn't rule out the possibility entirely for his part. Kiaru did wipe himself down with a wet towel.
俺も入ってきた方がいいでしょうか。
いいえ、大丈夫よ。単に私が入りたかっただけだから。
はあ。
It was a strange time for her to take a bath, though. While he considered her to be a prim and proper lady, maybe she was the type to do the silliest things at her own convenience. When he thought about it that way, the youthful-looking lady that stood before him was surprisingly quite the interesting woman.
さて、それじゃあ今の七名家の状況ね。
Madoka cleared her throat and began discussing their enemy situation.
まず、七原村自体と本土のやりとりが少なくなって、商売にも支障が出ているわ。これは、四季家の後釜になって出しゃばった二らが、本土側が下になるような関係を望んでいるせいね。おかげで船の行き来が鈍くてどうしようもない。本土との関係は悪化の一途をたどっているから、そのうち大きな衝突が起きるかもね。
Things aren't just coming to a head, they're literally coming to the island. Though if words got out and caused a riot, it'd be harder to find, rape, kill, and harvest those from the 7 noble houses. Kiaru remained silent, his thoughts lingering elsewhere as Madoka continued.
それと、八坂がいなくなったので、その素材である人身売買の経路を、そのまま御社と陸号が乗っ取ったわ。 今じゃカズイの人体実験と三枝の奴隷のためにせかせか仕入れてる。
Hello, hello. I've been good. How are you? Ah, so those men that were standing around were slaves.
そちらも本土との関係悪化で最近は細くなっているんだけれど、耐える様子はない。
I mean, I'm doing as good as I can. I'm in a bit of pain, but I always am.
やさかも褒められたものじゃなかったけど、奴らはそれ以下ね。
Given that this was about Io, Kiaru could do nothing but grimace. All things considered, as Madoka continued spitefully, things were going terrible. There wasn't a shred of hope for the future to be seen.
カズイの人体実験ともなれば、ほぼ確実に死んでるでしょうね。三枝の奴隷は当主たちにいびられて、薬も使って何も感じないようにされて張り付きだし。三枝のやつらはやさかに負けていないと示すために必死だけれど、そんなやつらを立てるほどやさかのまともさが浮き立ってしまってね。いや、もののけのような方々も多かったから怖くはあったんだけど。
八坂が島内で活動していたことはないはずですが。
そうだけど、こっそり普通の人に紛れて買い物したり、訓練でそのあたり走り回ったりしてるうちに、悪さする奴らや問題を見つけては報告してくれてたわね。私とか道元様にね。
なるほど。そういうことですか。しかし、そうなると、三枝の人員と装備が問題ですね。
九郎さんでも苦戦するの？
油断すれば簡単に。とはいえ、今日村で見かけた限り問題はなさそうです。ただ、あれを奪うために最初に襲うと、他が全て限界態勢に入ります。そうなると、現地で犯して種付けすることができなくなるわけで、面倒だし、面白みに欠けるなぁと。
いずれにせよ、まずは三枝が最初かしらね。
そうなります。あとは時間との勝負ですね。
Given that Kiaru was to rape and kill, doing a full round in one night would be difficult. Taking any missteps into account, restricting it to raiding one house per night seemed like a good option. First is Segusa. I can play it by ear after that. I'll ask Kyoko for her opinion before deciding. Kiaru sank deep into thought. Madoka smiled as she watched him. Her skin still had a faint tinge of red from soaking in the hot tub. The heat and scent of her body wafted around the tatami room.
九郎さん。
You're gonna go for fucking him, aren't you?
はい。
Kiaru replied immediately, straightening his posture and facing Madoka.
お願いがあるのですが、聞いていただけるかしら。
受けるかどうかはともかく、聞くだけならばいくらでも。
Still, Kyoko was indebted to her. He couldn't afford to ignore her requests.
女を犯して殺すだけじゃなくて、二らも和井も三枝も男を含めて皆殺しにしてくれない？
Damn, I like her. Kiaru fell silent and stared at Madoka. Within her normally gentle eyes burned a menacing fire.
なぜとお聞き。
奴らは共謀して私の夫を殺した。だから殺す。殺し返す。絶対に許さないと、そう決めたから。
俺はもう八坂から抜けたものです。 殺しの依頼を受けるわけにはいきません。
そうよね。無理なことを言ってごめんなさい。
いえ、しかしまどかさん、承知しておいてもらいたいことがあります。
何かしら。
Dejected, Madoka looked up to Kiaru imploringly. He replied as if responding to her appeal.
俺が奴らを殺さない理由もありません。だとしたら、あとはまあ、気分ですね。ちなみに俺は、二良流星が嫌いです。もっとも、あれを好きな奴がいるとは思えません。京子でも嫌うのですから。
そう。気分ね。それを聞けただけでよかった。うん。それでいいから、楽しみにしてるわね。
お待ちくださいとしか言えませんね。
ええ。待っているから、頑張って。ああ、面白かった。声を上げて笑うなんて何年ぶりかしら。
Madoka shook her glossy, lustrous hair, her cheeks blushing red. The gesture had an unparalleled seductiveness to it. Kiaru couldn't help but gulp.
それからもう一つ。こっちは、クロウさんと京子ちゃんに得のある話ね。ここだと話しにくいから、場所を移しましょう。
はい。
Madoka stood up, and Kiaru followed suit. Kiaru was familiar with the layout of the 7 family houses. With each step he took, he became more and more certain of their destination. Are we going to the bedroom? I'm evil. We're gonna find out next time, guys. See you then.